Hampshire. Trump won't pardon nice, so I am putting it on the ballot. Then I sit down with Joby Weeks, crypto political prisoner number 8, a $722 million fraud with no victims, and a government that admitted on its own docket it cannot take the case to trial. He is in year 7 of a 5-year sentence. While we count down, hit like, share the stream, pull a friend in. Tonight matters. See you in a few. Tonight, the next step in the fight. I am running for the open United States Senate seat in New Hampshire. The deal is the 4 demands: free the crypto political prisoners, fire Howard Lutnick, kill the Clarity Act, end the draft. Meet all 4, and I drop out. Otherwise, I am on the ballot, Sue Nunu loses, and the 50-50 Senate slips. This next one is day 2026.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Live free or die, but death's not the worst. It's waking up empty, it's dying of thirst. Trading your days for insurance and pills, while the machine builds your cage and you're paying the bill. Quiet desperation, that's the real grave. A life half lived as a comfortable slave. This ain't what you were born for, you know it's true. You feel it in your chest, breaking through. They're wiring the walls, closing in, tracking your dollars underneath your skin. Left and right, same throne, same crown. No one stands up, no one makes a sound. They hand you a ballot like it means something real. 2 wings of 1 bird, same deal, same steel. We say no, no to the change. No to the dollar running through our veins. No to the white coats, no to the lies. This is the day that we rise. It's hurts right here, it's hurts right now. Your rights are yours, you take them back, not giving out. Not from the left, not from the right. They were always yours, now step into the light. The daylight breaks, a new day comes. We take it back, every last one. Live free or die, we fan the flame. Nothing will ever be the same. Fan the flame.
Howard Lutnick is the Secretary of Commerce. He spent the last year writing the rules. The Genius Act exempts the stablecoin his sons control. The Clarity Act builds the surveillance grid that lands every trade in a federal database. The bills the crypto industry is celebrating with Tokenization were written by the man who profits when they pass. This next one is called Lutnick.
Gather round, lads, gather round, lasses. I've a tale of the commerce man's crooked asses. Howard wrote the number 4 times too high, 0.25 when the truth was a mile away in the sky. His boy at the canter counter with a grin, buying up the refund rights while the paper was thin. 20 cents on the dollar, Daddy says hold, while the son's in the back room, raking in the gold. Lutnick wrote it 4 times high. Lutnick watched the country cry. Brandon bought the rights on the sly. Cantor took the payday pie. Raise a glass and move your money. Move your money, move your money. Raise a glass and move your money. To the carnival, goodbye. Ruskin wrote the letter. Wayden wrote another. Warren lit the fire. Ackman pulled the cover. Wired showed the memo. The scholars showed the math. The Supreme Court rang the bell. 6-3 for the wrath. 180 billion to the people they come. But the Cantor boys were waiting when the deal was done. Transfer to the sons, the divestiture a sham. The house was still a house and the crowd still a scam. Hey! Lutnick wrote it 4 times high. Lutnick watched the country cry. Brandon bought the rights on the sly. Cantor took the payday pie. Raise a glass and move your money. Move your money, move your money. Raise a glass and move your money. To the carnival, goodbye. They'll tell you it was legal. They'll tell you it was clean. They'll tell you divestiture was everything it seemed. But the platform's still the same, and the family's still the name, and the terminal still clears what the Cantor boys arrange. I pulled my money from the bank last Tuesday, put it in a credit union down the bay, buying bread from the baker where the names are owners. Coffee down in Zano where the grid ain't theirs. Neighbor runs the mesh, co-op runs the bread, building parallel systems while the carnival is dead. Raise a pint to the exit, raise a pint to the door. Howard keeps the carnival, I won't be there no more. Lutnick wrote it 4 times high. Lutnick watched the country cry. Brandon bought the rights on the sly. Cantor took the payday pie. Raise a glass and move your money. Move your money, move your money. Raise a glass and move your money. To the carnival, goodbye.
Storm, Sterlinghoff, Rodriguez, Hill, Freeman, Youssef. 6 cages, 1 key. Each of them wrote code, ran a node, or operated an exchange. None of them robbed anyone. None of them harmed anyone. All of them are casualties of a war on privacy this country watched in silence. These are the enemies of the state. This next one is enemies of the state.
Do you hear the 7 calling from their cages still? Do you hear the promise breaking on the president's hill? I ran the embassy in Keene, where the small bills changed their hands. 8 years for digital cash, for laws written before the networks stand. Do you hear the 7 calling from their cages still? Free and freemen, free them all, pardon them all, before the bell. 20 million and a gag order. The judge took my voice with my gold. Roger Ver in the Spanish hold. The bill is not paid, the truth still untold. Do you hear the seven calling, calling from their cages still? Free Roger Ver, free them all, pardon them all. Before the bell, Sterling Golf stood on the map, 12 and a half on a black box. Roman Storm wrote the contract, 40 years on the table. Keown built the wallet, Christmas Eve, Morgantown. William wrote Privacy at 67, 4 years from Lisbon. Ray banked the unbanked, schools in his name. Deported! Do you hear the seven calling, calling from their cages still? Free them all, pardon them all, before the bell. Code is free speech, said the director. The war is over, said the acting AG. But the cages stayed locked when the speeches ended, and the world watched the promise become a lie. Senate 52-49, the House about to flip. End the war or lose Congress, pardon them all, before the bell. You pardon Ross, the seven are still on. America won't leave the world in crypto. If it cages its innovators. Do you hear the seven calling, calling from their cages still? Free them all, pardon them all, before the bell. The code outlives the warden. The code outlives. The code outlives the warden. Free Ian, free Roger, free Ronan, free Storm, free Keown, free William, free Ray. Pardon them all. The code outlives the warden.
Roman Sterlingov ran no exchange. He wrote no code. The government convicted him of running Bitcoin fog on a blockchain guess from a private surveillance company called Chainalysis, the same math they used on him. They can use on you. He is serving 12 and a half years. This next one is Let Him Fly.
Born in Russia, raised in Stockholm, Bitcoin made me young and free. I flew to California to learn to fly a plane for me. Landed in Los Angeles with my laptop and my life. Men in dark suits waiting at the gate, never made it out that night.
Let him fly. He came to learn to fly.
They locked him in a cage for a tool nobody understood.
Let him fly. Let him fly. Let the pilot fly.
They took my diaries, they took my drives, searched every password and folder of my life. Found nothing in the wreckage, no server logs, no keys, just a company's theories and a judge who wouldn't see. 399
95 million is what they say I owe, but I had 1.8. I guess they didn't know. Let him fly, let him fly. He came to learn to fly. They locked him in a cage for a tool nobody understood. Let him fly, let him fly, let the pilot fly.
The defense asked me under oath, am I aware of scientific evidence that this software works? I am unaware. I am unaware. I am unaware of scientific evidence. This software works. I came to fly.
I came to fly. Let him 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 fly. Let the pilot touch the sky. 12 and a half years for a crime they couldn't prove. Let him fly. Let him fly. Let Roman fly.
Roman Sterlingov. Fort Dix. May 12th. 9:30 in the morning.
Let him fly.
Let him fly. Let him fly.
That's the pre-show. The Aaron Day Show starts now. All right, welcome back to the Aaron Day Show. This is season 3, episode 18. Actually, I have a couple things to go over tonight, and I'm actually going to be changing the format of this show quite a bit over the next few weeks. It seems like it's been a long time since I did the podcast, but I actually have been putting content up here. So last week we did the full rebroadcast of the Enemies of the State event from Grand Rapids, Michigan, and I hope you had an opportunity to watch that. And if not, I highly recommend it. It was a phenomenal event, and a massive amount of effort went into organizing this and putting it together. Dan O'Neill is really the guy who came up with the whole Enemies of the State concept a couple of years ago, and put this all together at the 2024 convention along with Chris Fox and a whole team of people. So there's a whole team involved in, I mean, to get that number, I think we were advocating for 12 different enemies of the state. 7 of them are crypto focused, 7 or 8 of them are crypto focused. And then you had folks like Ammon Bundy and Dexter Taylor, just going through the process of trying to line everybody up, get the schedules to work, and then to put on the whole production and all of the graphics and everything. The team just did a phenomenal job. And we're going to be putting out this content from this event over the next month. We'll be putting out, I mean, of course, you can see the whole broadcast, but we're going to break it up into the individual talks as well as viral clips. Because when we were putting this together, the real point is, we were at the Libertarian Convention, and that's a separate conversation. I'll happy to talk about it here in a bit. but you're only going to get a few hundred people, live from the event. So whenever I look at these things, I kind of look at it as, okay, well, what are we trying to do? And what we're trying to do with the Enemies of the State event is really broadcast and make people aware of what's going on with the state targeting people who are, this isn't a case of, hey, this is a really nice guy, we think that he should be pardoned. These are people that didn't commit crimes. These are people that actually innovate, build groundbreaking technology, develop systems and tools to protect our privacy and to protect our constitutional rights. I mean, in every one of these cases. And I will tell you, obviously this year, I mean, this is season 18, but, well over half of these episodes have been dedicated to mostly crypto prisoners. And this podcast did not start out with that as a focus. The focus still remains warning people about technocracy and then pushing people to adopt parallel systems and to take control of their life and to take their free will back. But this has become a massive part of this, because what you realize as you study more in detail, and what I've been doing is I've been analyzing the cases. I've been talking to, in some cases now I've talked to some of these prisoners in prison, or I've talked to their spouses or their lawyers, and patterns are starting to emerge. Because initially when it's like, okay, it's Ross Ulbricht, then maybe you have Ian Freeman, you're like, well, okay, wow, these are horrifying situations, but are these, isolated cases? And at this point now, not only is this is a standard playbook, these tactics that they use, with the militarized police and sending 30, 40, 50 people to your home at 6 o'clock in the morning, by the way, which seems to be the prime time to do this, and with loaded weapons and drones and bearcats and, arresting you in front of your children and in front of your spouses for, nonviolent non-crimes. Like, that's a playbook. That is a standard thing that they do. And then you learn about the tactics that they use in court. But then what I'm starting to piece together is there really is a specific motivation, particularly with these crypto cases. And it's now spanning multiple administrations, but certainly there's a desire to shut down peer-to-peer solutions, to shut down privacy. And in some cases, I have a theory about the guest that I interviewed today. I'm playing a pre-recorded interview with Joby Weeks. I think there's an argument to be made that the federal government has targeted and specifically confiscated people's Bitcoin and crypto, and now confiscated mining equipment. And I'll get to this. I think this is a fascinating element to the interview with Joby Weeks that I want to begin to do more research on. But there has been a full court concerted attack on freedom technology and on people who normally otherwise would be glorified. When you meet these people and talk to these people, I interviewed Lauren Rodriguez a couple of weeks ago. These are all well-educated, smart people that are law-abiding people that love freedom and promote freedom. There is no aspect in any of these cases where we've interviewed or covered any of this where it's like, oh yeah, well, this guy really was up to bad things. What is the bad thing? Promoting peace, promoting the end to war, promoting the end to tyranny through voluntary interaction. Literally, this is insane what's going on. And the Enemies of the State Party in 2024, we were honoring 5 people, and then this time it was 12, maybe 13. I actually even added some at the end. And frankly, even since the party from 2 weeks ago, there are more people to add to the list. And so, the war on crypto didn't end under Trump at all. I see no indication that the practices of the DOJ have changed at all. And in some cases, they've accelerated. And this should be worrisome because this is a fundamental issue about free speech and about freedom and about privacy. It's not about whatever it is that the headlines say that these cases are about. So you're going to see a lot of content for a while in different formats on my social media. And then I may even play some clips from time to time on this show. But just a huge shout out to Dan O'Neill and Chris Fox and the other Chris's and the whole team, because I think that it was a really important event, and it's very important that this information gets out and that it gets out now, right? I actually spoke with Roman Sterlingoff from prison. And, one of the things he said to me, I think he's now been in there for 6 years. And I know this is the truth when I was covering Roger's case. Often what happens is people are excited or they get angry or they're pissed off when they initially hear the story, and then there's some enthusiasm. But unless there's an update in the case, it tends to go cold. And, I think for some of these guys, they feel like, well, I hope these people don't forget me. I was struck by that talking to Roman Sterlingoff. So we're not going to do that. We're obviously going to continue to press on, not only in raising awareness, but I'm going to talk tonight before the Joby Weeks interview about what's going on with my Senate race, a big part of which is designed to gain some leverage to hopefully get these crypto prisoners of war freed. So I'm going to continue to do an update. So there'll always be at least a little segment each show. The other thing, though, is going into the Libertarian Convention, I actually had 4 talks. So I gave one talk in front of the entire LP convention, and that talk was essentially ditch the dollar. And I will, after I go through this political part, I'll show you. You can go to ditchthedollar.com. I'll actually put that in the notes. I think this is an important website. I've completed kind of the first versions now of 7 of these websites that I've been talking about for a while, and I've been, teasing, alpha versions of these sites and so forth, and getting feedback over the last month. We've launched now kind of the first version of all of these sites, which isn't to say that they're all perfect, but they're at a point where they're kind of cohesive. They have a very specific plan, very specific strategy and intention, and all of it is around, at the end of the day, helping people reclaim their free will and to take back their power and to build parallel systems, as well as to educate on technocracy. And I'm not going to go through the whole ecosystem today, but Ditch the Dollar is a perfect example of something that I have been talking about for the last few months. In fact, when I ran for president in 2024, my real message was, at the time I said bank run now, and I had this shirt that had a heart on it, and it said halt CBDCs, end the Fed, stop World War III. And that was the message. And the whole point behind that is if you stop using fiat currency, you take the energy out of the system, you defund those things. That remains the best strategy that we have. But my first talk on Ditch the Dollar, basically, and it was a short speech, 15 minutes or something. It was essentially saying, listen, when you're at a libertarian event, they chant end the Fed. This is a common occurrence. It's probably the big rallying cry whenever you go to these conventions. And, I think about that and I'm like, okay, well, when did this start? When did this big momentum around end the Fed begin? Well, it began because of Ron Paul, who wrote a book, End the Fed, and great book. And obviously it helped educate a lot of people. But I looked at, well, how are we doing with respect to end the Fed? And I'm not going to do the whole presentation. I'll probably next week do the kind of an expanded, full launch of Ditch the Dollar. But since Ron Paul wrote that book, 67% of all of the money that's ever been printed was printed. I just saw today, I tweeted, there's a great research article from the Brownstone Institute that discusses the fact that the purchasing power of the dollar has absolutely plummeted just since 2019. And when I say plummeted, the official statistics from the government show that the purchasing power of the dollar has declined by 26% since 2019. But these Brownstone numbers, which are actually, based on real analysis, and they go into great detail in terms of backing all this up, show the dollar's lost almost 50% of its purchasing power just since 2019. I mean, this is horrendous. And by the way, I'm sure you're all experiencing this. We're all experiencing this directly. But it struck me. I went to go put some air in one of my tires yesterday or the day before. And if you've ever done that before, usually it used to be back in the day you could get air for free, but then they figured out how to monetize that. And so it's a thing where they have these machines that would take quarters because, usually you'd go, it's like, okay, I'm going to pay 25 cents or 50 cents. Now they're all credit card machines and debit cards because it cost me $3 to put air in my tire. Like, it is absolutely out of control what is going on with inflation and the absolute loss of purchasing power. So end the Fed as a political movement within the Republican Party is 100% dead. It has completely failed. And its peak, the absolute kind of apex of this entire situation was when you had Rand Paul, Thomas Massie, and Justin Amash elected. And this was the big hope. And I got caught up in this. I believe this. We're all learning on this journey, but I used to believe that, when I moved to New Hampshire, like, oh yeah, we're going to achieve liberty in our lifetime through by bringing liberty into the Republican Party. And man, that has not worked. That has objectively failed. So now when I hear people chant end the Fed, it's meaningless to me. If you really want to end the Fed, ditch the dollar. And it's something that anyone can do right now. I've stopped using a personal bank account since 2019, but what ditchthedollar.com has is a series of 8 steps on exactly how to do this, because people ask me all the time, and I get it on social media, oh, sure, that's a great statement, but how do you actually do it? Or you can't actually do it. And this is true. This has been what the hollow chanting of end the Fed has meant. It's a completely hollow movement, but you can ditch the dollar. So now I have finally built out the tutorials that I've been talking about. And what I learned talking to everyone and collecting feedback and doing these workshops is, people don't want to watch videos. It's really hard if you're sitting there on your phone or on your device and you're like watching a video and you're having to scroll back and forth to go through the step. No, people don't want that. So I've created step-by-step instructions where you can see each screenshot. It tells you exactly what to do, every flow of the way. And through ditchthedollar.com and the related site Freedom Forge, which is where the tutorials are housed, you can do the following. You can download a wallet like bitcoin.com. And if you have no crypto at all, zero, you can download a Bitcoin wallet and you can buy crypto from within the wallet. You can then take that crypto within that wallet and swap it for privacy coins directly. You can swap for Zano, for FUSD. If you already have Bitcoin or Ethereum and you want to make those private, you can actually make private versions of those. Or you can swap your transparent version of those cryptocurrencies for privacy protecting versions right within the app. So there are instructions on how to do that. There are also instructions on how to do this with Edge Wallet, instructions on how to do this with Cake Wallet. There are also step-by-step instructions for how you can get a ZBEC debit card. And there are step-by-step instructions for how you can start to accept cryptocurrency as a payment method for your website. So if you have a WordPress or similar type of site, there's a plugin for you to now be able to configure and receive payment, because this is the best way. I mean, I want to say this time and time again. This is about building parallel systems. And a key part of parallel systems is people actually engaging in voluntary trade where you're buying and selling from one another. So if there's an opportunity to begin earning in these alternative currencies, that is really the key of it. Now, obviously, you've got to get started somewhere. So buying some, converting some, or whatever, that's a good way to get in. But if you really want to start thinking about, well, how are we really going to defeat technocracy? How are we really going to end the Fed? The way we're going to do that is by building these parallel economies and not just buying and holding and speculating on a digital asset, but actually using those as the alternative for day-to-day payments. This was, in fact, the entire initial purpose behind Bitcoin. And so anyway, 8 steps, tutorials, the whole 9 yards, ditchthedollar.com. I'll do a whole big thing on that. But that was my first talk. I gave 2 talks at the Enemies of the State event, and I'm going to do a kind of a rehashing of the second speech. The first speech is where I just drew the parallels amongst the crypto prisoners of war. I identified 7 common themes. And unfortunately, we now have enough prisoners, enough cases, enough legal documents and information where we can actually start to form patterns. So I gave that as kind of a high-level overview, and then at the event, You had Lauren Rodriguez talking about Keone and William Hill. You had Bonnie Freeman and Mark Edge talking about Ian. Angela McArdle was there. Lynn Ulbricht was there. You had people, and then eventually we had the lawyers for Roman Sterlingoff, and then Roman Sterlingoff then later did an audio recording with him from prison. Roman Storm did a video, but I wanted to provide some context because I think it's really important now that we start to understand and explain to people as simply as possible what is going on with the judicial system. Because people do not understand. People still have this, oh, this person was charged by the government, they must be guilty. Justice is blind, and these people are pursuing the truth. And we have all of these constitutional safeguards. And that's false, and that's not a one-off situation. It is systemic, and we need to get the word out. But then the second was talking about what we can do with these crypto prisoners of war. And I have a strategy, and it's exhausting. It's emotionally draining talking to these people and their spouses and just learning more and more. I mean, again, today, talking to Joby Weeks, somehow I'm still stunned, even though, once you're talking to the 8th person and you've been doing this for 3 years, it's still shocking, the tactics that they use. And so, again, the one thing that I'm going to say overall about all these guys is they're not criminals. These are entrepreneurs. These are people promoting innovative solutions. And Trump said the war on crypto was over, and Kash Patel and Todd Blanche had a panel discussion remotely at the Bitcoin conference entitled, Ending the War on Bitcoin, and none of it's happened. And so this is one of the reasons that I'm running for U.S. Senate. It's not the only reason. It's one of 4. But I want to give the history on this because people do not understand this. This is a kind of a unique strategy to use. I do think I've done it before, and you've probably heard me talk about that, and I'm going to explain more. I have run for U.S. Senate before in 2016, specifically to be a spoiler. And I told people a year in advance I was going to do that, and it was effective. And there are some people like, oh, well, you might cause the Dem to win or whatever. But I think now, I will say this, now more people than ever finally understand what I did 10 years ago. And the reason they understand is Thomas Massie. And so this is the presentation that I gave on this. And so, you can try to be nice to Trump. And, and this is an issue, and I get this, like because I'm kind of, I have not been kind to the administration. And in fact, even when the election came up, I said, well, yeah, if you're going to vote, maybe vote for Trump makes sense because at least, we can get Ross free. But I was very explicit about the fact that do not expect Trump anything other than a transaction related to getting Ross free. He was going to be horrible on policy. I've stated this many times. I stated that he was going to be pushing a technocratic agenda. You can see my podcast with Dr. Irene on that. So everything that's happening, none of it is surprising. But people get nervous about speaking out because they're like, well, hey, my loved one is in there. And, we're kind of the only option that we have is for him to issue the pardon. It's up to one guy. But the one thing that I want to say about Trump is that Trump is completely transactional. So you can speak out against Trump, but to further the idea that he's transactional, he wrote a book on this. And I will admit, I read The Art of the Deal like shortly after it came out. I was like 11, 12 years old, and I read this book. I've always been kind of a nerd. And I remember reading this book, but if you read the book, I don't remember the details of it, but the whole thing is about various contexts around how to use leverage and how to do transactions. And in this case, kind of glorifying his own exploits in this regard. And now remember, so my contention is that Ross is free for 2 reasons. One, because of Lynn Ulbricht's work as a driving force, unrelenting force, raising awareness about the case and getting over 600,000 signatures and everything else. But then ultimately what pushed it over the finish line, finally, wasn't because it was the right thing to do or so on and so forth. It's because Trump, you have to remember this, Trump was facing 100 years in prison. Trump had to win the election in 2024, or he would probably be in a cage. So he needed to make a deal. So he went to Angela McArdle and, kind of asked, well, what are you looking for support? And she came up with three things. And at the top of the list was freeing Ross. And so, I mean, obviously, if you were at the event where Trump spoke at the Libertarian Convention, the audience was more or less hostile. In fact, people were sitting there again chanting "End the Fed," the hollow thing. But other than, the statement that he was going to commute Ross's sentence, for the most part, people were pretty hostile to Trump. But he did honor the deal. And he said very explicitly, if you vote for me on day one, I will commute Ross Ulbricht's sentence. I mean, and this was the appeal. He needed the votes. By the way, this is the same reason he had to get RFK Jr. out of the race. If RFK had run as an independent, he would have definitely lost. And this is true. And again, when I explain my political strategy here, it does work. If you use a third-party race to hold the two parties accountable, you can actually get leverage and get something done. This is a proven fact. Now, I will admit, most of the time, third parties are not strategic, and it ends up being just, this mess where it doesn't help at all, where you end up even negating pushing your agenda based on kind of the combination of races. But if you're strategic about it, it can be effective. And if you look at the results, like arguably Trump won Wisconsin based on the fact that, the polling kind of prior to the convention, basically Trump ended up gaining an extra 1%, it looked like, by a shift of libertarians voting for Trump instead of for the libertarian candidate. It did, in fact, make a difference. And again, he had to do this with RFK, and RFK was saying horrible things about Trump, and he was a threat to democracy, so on and so forth, and then, again, had to get him out. And I would argue I would argue the medical freedom community has been captured and that it's been a complete and total disaster for the medical freedom community. But he told RFK what he wanted to hear. He told a lot of other people what they wanted to hear because he had to get the votes to stay out of prison. I think this is actually pretty clear now at this point. But when it comes to, again, this transactional nature of Trump, look at some of what his cabinet members and even his vice president have said about him prior to becoming cabinet members. In 2016, Marco Rubio said Trump is a con artist unfit for the nuclear codes. J.D. Vance called him America's Hitler and was part of the Never Trump movement and ended up becoming his vice president. Ted Cruz, who is now Trump's closest ally in the U.S. Senate, called Trump a pathological liar, utterly immoral, sniveling coward. Right? So all of these people have insulted Trump and gotten a cabinet seat, or subsequently were able to smooth things over. So when I know when people get a little, I'm just calling out the truth too. I'm not even sitting here calling him names. I'm outlining, hey, look, this guy is the chair of the Board of Peace. He's monetizing the technocratic reconstruction of Gaza. This is horrendous. Under any other circumstance, people would be protesting this stuff. We have to call this stuff out. And in fact, this is a huge piece of leverage for this race that I'm running, and I'm going to explain where all of this fits in. So, I mean, again, I understand. I think that the crypto prisoners themselves and spouses and so forth, should be kind and nice to Trump, but it doesn't mean that we all have to be. And I think we should be fact-based, but we should also not shy away from the truth. And the truth is dreadful right now. I mean, I don't know how many people I know that voted for Trump based on whether he was going to end the war on crypto, which he's done the complete reverse. And it's not even just the crypto prisoners. It's the policies. It's the Genius Act. It's the Clarity Act. Or voted for him because whether you liked him or not, one of the best things out of his first term is he didn't get us into any new wars, and he promised to not get us into any more entanglements, especially in the Mideast. So he captured a lot of votes for that. He captured a lot of votes based on the medical freedom community and vaccines and everything else, which again, to me, I was always scratching my head on why do you think that the guy that pushed Operation Warp Speed and still says it's one of his biggest achievements, why you thought that guy was going to turn around? I think, frankly, the shooting I think people probably just thought, oh, well, this guy's a change man or whatever. Obviously, it was all false. So, but at the end of the day, he is a art of the deal kind of guy. He's a transactional guy. Well, here's the current situation. Based on the prediction markets, the Republicans are going to lose the House. I mean, that's pretty much a lock at this point. And it gets worse every day. I mean, again, the longer gas is up at this price and everything else and the war, I mean, it's bad. And the Senate is now, the last time I checked, literally based on the prediction markets, a 50-50 toss-up. So at this point, if he loses the House and loses the Senate, he's going to be impeached. And frankly, if it continues the way that it's continuing, he could possibly even be convicted. I mean, this is a situation when you look at like the House passing, stating that, he needs to go through Congress in order to continue the war in Iran, so on and so forth. Not that that has any teeth, but there's been a significant shift even now as people are looking at these midterms. And so we're talking about a 50-50 split of the United States Senate. Well, it turns out my home state of New Hampshire is one of the critical races that could determine whether the Republicans retain control of the Senate or not. So remember, it's 50-50, and in New Hampshire, the Democrat, Chris Pappas, is only polling ahead of the Republican, Sununu, by 1 point. So, this is a make it or break it race. And I always have to clarify this because everybody gets into the, but if you do this, won't the Dem win? If we don't hold these parties accountable, what difference does it make if it's a Republican or a Democrat? If the Republicans are going to win, but they're going to increase the deficit more than the Democrats, if they're going to implement technocracy, if they're going to expand wars, and they're going to go against everything that they got elected on, what difference does it make? I understand the idea, the point that we have a two-party system. First of all, it's not always the same two parties. So if you look at it wasn't always just Republicans or Democrats. It is true that the dominant model is always kind of moves towards that. But using a third party to hold these parties accountable is, in my opinion, one of the smartest things that we can do. Otherwise, people just, besides not voting at all and building parallel systems, but this is one of the best tools that we have in our arsenal, because you can do this in a 50-50 divided country. You can do it without raising $100 million. And I've proven that that's the case. But for those who are worried, and, there are people in New Hampshire like, well, we don't have any Republicans in Washington, D.C., so that's discouraging people to move and join the Free State Project, which is absolutely ridiculous. If somebody's going to move their entire life to New Hampshire, they're going to do homework and they're going to understand what's actually going on. And if people are not moving because of that, they're not the kind of people that are going to be very effective, and they're not particularly critical thinkers. But in this case, Sununu is, I would argue, indistinguishable. I think he's actually more dangerous than the Dem. He was in office. He was a U.S. Senator. And while he was a U.S. Senator, he voted for the Patriot Act. He voted for the TARP bailouts, the massive bailouts of all of the banks, where everybody got screwed and the bankers got bailed out. He was against it, then he became for it, and then ended up becoming the chair of the Oversight Committee, which, by the way, this is actually why this guy's dangerous. He also voted for Real ID. But the reasons he's dangerous is people will say, but he put in these protections with the Patriot Act to protect civil liberties. Well, I encourage you to look at what's in the Patriot Act and ask yourself if you think your civil liberties have been protected. What this guy is good at is being the guy that has gravitas because of his political family and his father, John H. Sununu, who was also former governor of New Hampshire and former chief of staff to George H.W. Bush. But he looks like the smart guy in the room, and he corrals the votes to get the thing over the finish line. So arguably, if he didn't put in these, hollow civil liberty protections, which turn out to be useless, perhaps the thing wouldn't have been reauthorized at all. That's what makes him dangerous, because he's more powerful. He'll be taken more seriously. Chris Pappas is horrible. And I've actually supported candidates against him in 3 separate elections, but he's just kind of like he's an NPC. Sununu's dangerous because he's the kind of guy that can get things done and get these technocratic proposals over the finish line. That's why people should not be losing a minute of sleep. However, this is, by the way, in my opinion, this is the game changer. This is why, in my opinion, if my name is on the ballot, Sununu absolutely cannot win. And the reason is this. Even within the Free State Project, because I haven't been active in politics and people didn't understand what I did 10 years ago or whatever, people were like, oh, well, the kind of the herd mentality centered around this idea of, well, we can't do anything about DC, but the optics will be better if the Republican wins. And so, I guess we're just going to go, play within the two-party system. Well, that's all off, because Massey lost in large part because of Miriam Adelson and AIPAC. They put $30 million into this race. Trump targeted the best, hands down, most pro-liberty member of the House of Representatives, and they brought in foreign money or money that is tied to foreign interest to do it, clearly. And that's what bought this election, hands down, and it was Miriam Adelson. So now there are people that are saying, that are finally realizing what I was saying 10 years ago. By the way, this isn't new. What's happened was, I've been involved in politics for a couple of decades, and when I moved to New Hampshire, and I got really active in New Hampshire in 2012. At that point, we had some enthusiasm. It was right after people were pissed because Ron Paul was treated poorly at the Republican convention, and everybody's like, well, here's our new game plan, and we're gonna take control of the United States Congress through the Republican Party, and that's where you get Rand Paul and Ron Paul and Justin Amash and everything else. Well, we all know now that's failed. It failed when I gave my little monologue about end the Fed, and it's failed in a broader sense with the strategy. And it was killed by the sitting president, who targeted Massey using Adelson's money, even brought in Pete Hegseth, which I believe is illegal. I didn't even know to have a Secretary of War campaign against a sitting congressman in your own party is unprecedented, maybe a violation of the Hatch Act. So now people are looking at what's going on in New Hampshire, and saying, wait a minute. So this race actually can be an opportunity for payback for what happened to Massey, to say, look, that kind of act, if you're going to go after the most liberty guy, I mean, in my opinion, that killed the liberty strategy. Unless I hear Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene have some new plan to revitalize the Republican Party. I'm going to be honest with you, I'm pretty skeptical of it, but nevertheless, this is what we're up against. Well, guess what? Sununu, the largest financial support for Sununu is coming from a PAC that Miriam Adelson put $40 million into. So $17 million of support for Sununu is coming from a PAC where Miriam Adelson is one of the largest donors. In other words, Adelson is trying to buy this election as well. So what you get, if you're one of these people sitting there saying, well, it's really important the Republicans win, you lose Massey and you get 2 Republicans who are owned by Miriam Adelson. If that is what you think is an effective political strategy, and you think that's going to help you achieve liberty, I think you need to reevaluate your life choices at that point. Truly. And so this is what's going on. So this is a big part of the funding. Now, this is where I've even updated the slide. Now, Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk's organization that he founded, is going to be doing canvassing for John E. Sununu. So I worked with Charlie Kirk in New Hampshire in 2015 and 2016. We worked on some things related to the Republican Liberty Caucus. And I can tell you two things. Well, I can tell you several things about Charlie Kirk. One, hands down, his favorite candidate, and according to even the rating system that Turning Point had, Thomas Massie is like the highest rated candidate according to their metrics. Turning Point USA did not show up for Thomas Massie at all. And there is no way, if Charlie Kirk were still alive, Turning Point would support John E. Sununu. No way. I mean, first of all, John E. Sununu was a never Trumper. There's a whole variety of reasons of this. And so what you have right now is technocrat John E. Sununu, funded by Miriam Adelson, laundering Charlie Kirk's reputation through Turning Point USA, sending kids out across the state to push propaganda, pushing an agenda that ultimately Miriam Adelson is pushing. There is no reason to vote for John E. Sununu. No one can make a principled argument about this at all. And by the way, if it's going to continue to slide like this, if New Hampshire's strategy for liberty is based on this idea of, well, unless we have people elected that have an R next to their name, people aren't going to move here. And so therefore we need to take Miriam Adelson's money so that we can win state house races, then the political strategy in New Hampshire is dead. That's not a real strategy. That's just a fake movement. And by the way, it doesn't have to be this way. I'm still saying you should move to New Hampshire. But at some point, some of these people need to be listening to this presentation and need to understand this, because we are moving away towards liberty. And while New Hampshire is the freest state in the country, we've slid in terms of absolute freedom. The federal government has more control over the state of New Hampshire. The budget has gotten larger. So it's one thing, and I use this example, it's like, okay, if you're the freest plantation in the slave colony, is that a victory? There is some minimum standard here that you need to kind of hit. And having Miriam Adelson buy your elections from somebody who's a bad vote that pushes technocracy, whose family has, through lobbying relationships and everything else, tethered the state of New Hampshire to the federal government, that ain't it. Sometimes you have to sacrifice a single election to move the Overton window in your direction. And that is not what's happening if people allow this to continue. So again, this was the most expensive House primary in the history of the United States. $34 million, $15.5 million went against Massie from pro-Israeli funding sources. And so New Hampshire can be ground zero to fix that as retribution for that, to say, listen, if you do believe in the Republican Party as a vector for liberty, it certainly can't be if a foreign government is controlling your elections and controlling your candidates. So now I want to talk about my track record doing this. I've done this before. I did this in 2016, and here's why. I did this because, I hate Washington, D.C. as well. And at that point in time, my view also was, in fact, I think one of my taglines, or at least maybe it was through some of the PACs or whatever, it was screw D.C., save New Hampshire. This was, in fact, that was my view. I'm very sympathetic to what people are saying when they say, well, we're not concerned about D.C. In fact, that was my view as well, until members of Congress, in particular our U.S. Senator Kelly Ayotte, started to interfere in state elections for her political career. So, I know some of this gets boring or it's a lot of details, but I need to explain this so that people understand why this is important, even if your view is, well, we just don't care about these DC things. You need to care, because these federal politicians have already taken a big bite out of New Hampshire. Again, I think a third of our budget comes from the federal government now. It's up in a significant way. The ties to the federal government are very significant to the point where, we weren't able to escape COVID tyranny. And there were, $700 million worth of strings attached to this. And I'm going to go, I've written articles about this with flow charts and everything, and I'm not going to bore everybody with that. But the simplicity of the story is this. In 2012, after people were pissed, and a lot of people quit politics, a lot of diehard Ron Paul people, because Ron Paul, I think, finished second in New Hampshire. Strong showing. It was there. This was the end. If you want to talk about where the real Ron Paul energy was, man, it was here in New Hampshire. And I was in these meetings right after that election where some of the top activists, that people don't even know who these guys are anymore, Christopher Lawless and some others who were huge political activists during the Ron Paul campaign. I was in a meeting with him where he walked out. Rand Paul was in the meeting. He said, "Fuck you. I'm out of here." Literally walked up out of the meeting with Rand Paul, said, "I'm done." Because Reince Priebus was there, who was the chair of the party, and Rand Paul and everything else, and this was a meeting with a bunch of hardcore liberty activists, and just walked out. Others walked out. In fact, I think most of the people that were in that room that at that point in 2012 were the most effective pro-liberty activists in New Hampshire, most of them are gone. And people don't even know that. People don't even know the history of it. We have a problem with institutional knowledge here in this state. So then coming out of that, we said, all right, well, listen, this election was a disaster because not only did they screw over Ron Paul, but on top of that, we ended up with Mitt Romney, who lost to Obama, so that, giving Obama a second term. And at this point in time, the biggest issue for Republicans, if you can imagine, way back when, was stopping Obamacare. This was the number one issue in the NHGOP platform. Number one listed on the platform. And we had a separate meeting, separate from the one with Rand Paul, of different faction leaders within the Republican Party. Some representing the Liberty side. I was there representing the Liberty side. We had our elected U.S. congressman there, the president of the Senate. We had this, closed door set of meetings for a couple of months. And the idea was, all right, well, listen, we all need to work together. And we need to try to get some political victories here, because at that point in time in New Hampshire, all we had a Republican-controlled Senate, but the Democrats controlled the House and they controlled the governor's office. This is a bad situation. We had to figure out a way to come together. Well, the determination was we're going to come together on opposition to Obamacare in all of its forms. And the form that was creeping up at that point in time was Medicaid expansion. This expansion of Medicaid was part of Obamacare, but the decision as to whether or not to do it or not was left to the states. So we walked out of this meeting with all of the faction leaders with the agreement that we were going to be united in opposition to Obamacare. I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks after the first meeting that we had, the Republican-controlled Senate proposed Obamacare Medicaid expansion. And I'll show you the articles and everything that I have documenting this. But Republicans in the state were furious. Not only just the people in that room, but the people in the House. And then I went to town and county Republican committee meetings around the entire state. So see, a lot of people don't know this either. A lot of people are like, oh, well, they think that I'm just coming up with this stuff. I was heavily involved. I was running 3 organizations. I was running, a super PAC. I was running the Republican Liberty Caucus of New Hampshire. I was actually on one of these Republican boards or whatever, as the chair of the Free State Project. And I was traveling around the state, meeting with people, presenting and discussing this. And I would get these resolutions passed at these various town and county and city committee meetings. And they were almost always unanimous, where literally everyone on the committee unanimously agreed to a resolution that they opposed what the Republicans were doing in the Senate. There really was unity in the Republican Party around this one issue. This was the big issue. Well, long story short, they did it anyway. They passed it. And everything that they said about it, they lied. They said, oh, well, there are going to be all of these different, conditions in here. And if they're not met, we'll automatically, exit the program. And of course, that is never how it works. They promised only 50,000 people would be added to the program. It ended up being twice this. It ended up affecting COVID. It ended up, materially damaging the ability for us to have free markets for healthcare in New Hampshire. So I primaried a bunch of these senators, and we actually got a couple people elected, not enough to flip the vote. And so then another election cycle was coming up, and Medicaid expansion was coming up for reauthorization. Well, one of the things that they promised at the time was, well, we're just going to put this in now, but if it doesn't hit if we aren't able to get work requirements and some of these other things, then we'll just shut it down. Of course, that, again, that was never the case. So Kelly Ayotte was our sitting U.S. senator. So we had done I raised like $350,000 for a super PAC. My wife was running New Hampshire Liberty Alliance. We ended up getting enough people elected where we got a majority back in the House, and we actually got enough votes to secure a Speaker of the House who would repeal Obamacare Medicaid expansion. So I spent all of this time. I mean, a bunch of us spent all of this time. 14 people ran for Senate and everything else. This was like the big push. And by the way, this is part of how I was able to raise this kind of money, was because we were saying, listen, New Hampshire can be the beacon of liberty, but we've got to do this by participating at all levels, not just the House, the Senate, the Executive Council, so on and so forth. So we thought we won. We were celebrating the fact that, I had a printing press. We had hundreds of volunteers going throughout the state. People were doing door knock. We had all these people elected, and we thought we won, and our guy was going to be put in as Speaker. Well, then all of a sudden, Kelly Ayotte gets involved, and we find out later at the direction of John Sununu, the father of John E. Sununu, and basically said, in order to protect Kelly Ayotte's reelection, New Hampshire needed to reauthorize Medicaid expansion. So Kelly Ayotte literally endorsed, a U.S. senator endorsed in a speaker's race. And other people that were tied to this Medicaid expansion and these lobbyists in Washington, D.C., endorsed and actually met with and pushed out some of the other candidates that were running for speaker to clear the way for this one guy to win so that he would keep Obamacare Medicaid expansion. Well, I said, listen, if you guys are going to do this, because my motto here is screw DC, save New Hampshire. Well, if that's our plan and we're focusing on New Hampshire, but we find out that these federal politicians are going to put in place multi-billion-dollar entitlement programs that tether us to the federal government, that is an existential threat to liberty, to the Free State Project, and everything that we're trying to do. So I said, if you do this, if you reauthorize this, if you interfere with the speaker's race to benefit this person politically, then I'm not going to run in primaries because you can't win. These primaries are rigged, and that's a whole other thing. But I know enough to know I could run a slate of third-party candidates, independent candidates, and I could cost you all of your federal races. In fact, I did a Breitbart interview, and I said, if they do this, I'm going to cost Republicans control of the United States Senate. I met with the chair of the NHGOP, talked to a former Republican governor of New Hampshire. I talked to all of the candidates running for federal office, did multiple interviews, talked to people all over the state. Everybody knew what was going on. But at the time, like the chair of the NHGOP, she spent like 2.5 hours with me at Panera Bread. And she's like, well, nobody believes you're going to do this. Or if you do this, it won't be successful. But if you do it, you'll never be welcome back in the Republican Party or whatever. And I did it anyway. Now, I want to say this. I was never supposed to be the candidate. In fact, we started collecting signatures for somebody else. The only reason I became the candidate is no one else would do it for this U.S. Senate seat. So Kelly Ayotte lost by 1,100 votes. I got 18,000 votes. There was also a libertarian in the race. And so there's been analysis and articles written about this. It is very clear, and everybody I think in New Hampshire knows, including Kelly Ayotte and everyone else, I cost her the seat. It was the most expensive Senate race ever per capita in the history of the United States. $99 was spent per New Hampshire voter. So those were the stakes. But it wasn't just, remember, I said I was going to cost them all of the seats. So we ran somebody for both congressional districts as well. And they were the margin of victory for those seats as well. And so as a result of this, not only did they lose the most expensive U.S. Senate race per capita, the Republicans, for the first time since 1854, had no representation in the United States Congress. So when I'm saying that this can work, it can work. I mean, and it can work, and people hated this. People didn't take it seriously. People didn't understand. Billionaire hedge fund managers that funded the PACs that funded AI have threatened me with, I've been threatened with physical violence. I had a lawsuit because of it. And by the way, I exited politics in part because rather than embracing the fact, you know, it would be a lot different if the Free State Project, and when I say the Free State Project's a 501c3, it's not the Free State Project would never do this. They would never talk about things. But if the Free State Movement would say, hey, you know, we're winning all of these House races, and by the way, we've realized we can leverage strategically these third-party races to push our agenda, or at least, if not to push our agenda, to block DC, to stop the behavior of federal politicians interfering with what we're trying to do at the state level. In my opinion, if that were being done, people would look at that and say, wow, they're doing some pretty creative things here. These guys are thinking outside of the box. They're thinking about, yes, we can be successful within the state, but we can also, you know, we can't fix Washington, D.C., but we can minimize its impact on New Hampshire. But that's not what's happened. So the revisionist histories come in, and, you know, then people make up different stories about, a lot of these people voted for me. A lot of these people that are now elected and everything else and supporting these people actually voted for me and, you know, sent me pictures of their ballot and everything else. I'm not going to reveal any of that. But at the same time, this can be done. So now, at this point in time, 50-50 Senate, this is the race. Miriam Adelson's putting money to it. I'm going to put my name on the ballot. I'm going to actually sign up next week officially. I'm going to go down to Concord and declare my intent. The way this works is I'm running as an independent, so I'm not participating in the primary. What I have to do is collect signatures, 3,000 signatures, 1,500 from each of the congressional districts, which I've done before. It's quite a process, and you know, as we go through this, depending on how far we have to go through this, I'm going to document all of it, including I'm going to show you the tactics that they're using. I know how all this works. I ran a PAC. We've run all this stuff. I know how all of the inside stuff works. And I tell people that because they got into an argument with somebody today where people are like, well, the most important thing is election integrity. Election integrity is irrelevant once you realize that these elections are run from the top down using AI and big data. They can get anybody elected. It's propaganda and big data and AI that drives voter turnout. And I'm going to go into all that here. But bottom line is what I'm saying now is that, oh, here's the deal. So we have this window of time between now and August the 5th for me to collect the signatures. Now, once I collect the signatures, once I turn in the signatures, once those signatures are validated and my name officially goes on the ballot, I can't take it off. So, and let me be clear, what my goal on all of this is I want to push liberty. And if you have listened to this podcast, you know I believe in parallel systems and I believe in alternative currencies and alternative systems for everything. And the reason I've become so adamant about this crypto political prisoner issue is these are the people that were building the parallel systems. These were the people that were ahead of the curve here. So, like, I don't think if you haven't been around this, you don't know how big the vacuum is of these people of either being in a cage or not being able to speak or not developing software. I mean, Ian Freeman, you know, over 2 decades on the air, between, you know, Mark and Ian with Free Talk Live, they probably brought more people to the Free State Project, hands down, than any other channel or mechanism, including me. On top of that, it was the first radio show ever to talk about Bitcoin on the air. And then what did Ian do? Ian ran a bunch of ATMs. He would go and promote and get point of sale systems installed throughout the state, throughout the region. And New Hampshire was, and maybe still is, but had the highest per capita usage of cryptocurrency anywhere in the world. That was definitely the case back then. I used the first ever crypto ATM in, I believe, 2013 at a Liberty Forum event when the thing was still a prototype and the thing was like on its side on the table and like putting the dollar bill in there. This stuff was ground zero. So the impact that Ian had, and then Roger Ver heard about Bitcoin from Free Talk Live. So then now you go on and on and on down the list, and you look at Keone Rodriguez and William Hill and Roman Storm. What are these guys doing? They're open source developers creating tools that solve, frankly, one of the weaknesses that we have with just, straight up Bitcoin and Ethereum as transparent ledgers, which is privacy. That's why they're being targeted. So to me, this is critical for our ability. We have to protect the people that are the innovators. Like, I don't want to go, like, it seems I'm going to go around and talk about, well, let's push these push these parallel systems while the people that created them rot in cages. This is critical to defend these people. And it's not only critical because it's a grave injustice, but on top of that, they want it to have a chilling effect. And it has had a chilling effect. So I say two things. One, everything we can do to free these people, but then also don't be frightened by this. Use cryptocurrencies for peer-to-peer commerce. Use privacy tools. And again, this stuff isn't even illegal. What are we trying to do? If I understand maybe how most people are, again, far removed from this. If you've never dealt with courts or you've never dealt with this and you believe the propaganda that you learned in school about government, I can see how people would have no idea. But to be honest with you, after COVID, I don't see how anybody could look at this and say, oh, well, privacy is just for, for criminals. After they came in and shut down businesses and determined who was essential and who was not essential, and froze bank accounts for people, and froze the Canadian truckers, and forced mandates. There is no one that was, born after, 2020 or before 2020 that should have any false belief that the government is acting in the spirit of our founding documents or in any way following our Constitution. And no one should ever think that privacy is something only for criminals. Privacy is a fundamental right, and frankly, it's something that we absolutely need at this point. So my deal is at a high level. He should free the crypto political prisoners. And by the way, I'm going to go back and say, in 2016, what was I doing? This was not a niche. I was saying that the Republican Party throughout the entire state was unified in opposition of Obamacare and all forms, including Medicaid expansion. And you have a sitting U.S. senator interfering with a state race to perpetuate a federal government entitlement. So this was not a small deal, nor was it a pet project or a pet issue. This was about holding people accountable to what they said they were going to do on big, important issues. And now, these issues here, I think these crypto political prisoners are critical to free speech. They're critical to voluntary trade, and they're critical to privacy. And this is fundamental for everyone. And in the context of CBDCs and backdoor CBDCs through stablecoins and the Clarity Act and AI surveillance, we need this. No one is protecting our rights. They're trampling on our rights. These people need to be free. We need to fire Howard Lutnick, and I've talked about that on multiple episodes, even before, by the way, the Epstein files. I was talking about Howard Lutnick and what he was doing with Tether and how it is a level of corruption that is, frankly, unprecedented. You're watching the creature from Epstein's Island play out in real time. This guy has been a major player in that, and now we know explicitly how bad this is. And we're not even just we're talking about Tether. We're talking about these other things. Howard Lutnick is, if this bill passes in the Senate, will have as Commerce Secretary the ability to snipe and shoot down any state-based laws regarding AI. His family has monetized, basically betting on the reversal of the tariff legislation, which was written by Lutnick. I mean, this is just outrageous. The third is kill the Clarity Act. Okay, the Clarity Act is the biggest surveillance bill in the history of the United States. And unless you've heard about it from me and maybe Catherine Austin Fitts or a couple of other people, all you've heard about it is, oh, this is a great crypto bill and trillions of dollars going to come in. No. Every crypto transaction and then every asset that you own that's not crypto, your stocks, your bonds, and everything else are going to be tokenized in a way that can be tracked, programmed, and censored. And literally in the bill, all of your transactions will be tracked in real time for everything that you own. That information will be retained for 5 years, shared with multiple departments of the federal government, and shared with foreign central banks. It is the largest surveillance bill in the history of the United States. That needs to be killed. And then last, end the draft. I mean, again, the whole concept here is these are the fact that this is even going on, the fact that we're talking about the draft, the fact that we're in Iran, this is completely counter to what Trump ran on and why he won. So this is essentially the deal. And again, look, it's the art of the deal. It's a negotiation. So, we'll see what we can do with this. But to me, these are the big 4 points. And if these 4 are met, or key components of these are met, then I will drop out of the race. I will not get the signatures. I'll get off of the ballot. And in the end, what we get, if you're in New Hampshire, is we've actually gotten something tangible here. We've actually done something good, leveraging a federal government race. And then whatever the outcome is, if one of the other 2 wins, it doesn't matter which one of these 2 win. They're horrible for New Hampshire. They're horrible for the furtherance of technocracy. I would argue Sununu's even worse. But nevertheless, I'll drop out of the race. I think that this is a compelling strategy. And I think the fact that I've proven that I can do it and that it can work, I think this is a good idea. And this is what this campaign is about. So that I want, I've tried to get at this a couple of different ways, but it's heartbreaking for me. Again, the more and more of these, I'm going to play the Joby Weeks interview, but I mean, this is just disgusting. What is happening? These are all, they're nice people too. I mean, it's not even just, that they're not doing anything illegal and that they're actually heroic in their efforts. They're nice people that several of them have young kids. Several of them want to start families, and they're at that critical age where actually the jail sentences might impede whether or not they can even have children. I mean, this is just a horrendous miscarriage of justice. So these are the key elements. And I encourage you to go to day2026.com and sign up. There's a form on there. You can sign up to help collect signatures or just, join to get information about the campaign. And I am raising money, but this isn't one of these, like, I'm trying to raise as much money as possible. I'm trying to be judicious about how to use the money. So the biggest cost item, if our volunteer efforts to collect signatures come up short, then I have a game plan where you can pay petitioners to get the signatures, and this is something that was done before, so that'll be a big cost item. And as you might expect, I do not have a bank account, nor will I have a bank account for this campaign, so I am taking donations only in crypto, and you can find that as well on the donate page at day2026.com. And I'm taking Zano, Freedom Dollar, Monero, Zcash. I am taking Bitcoin, Ethereum, and some others. I refuse to take Tether just on moral grounds. I am going to convert everything to Freedom Dollar just for it makes it easier for campaign finance purposes and everything else. So I don't want to deal with a lot of complexity around that. So I'm going to convert it to a private stablecoin. But we are accepting multiple cryptocurrencies. And as far as how the campaign itself will work, I mean, as you know, I use AI heavily. In fact, I've invested even some more recently in more local compute power. And so we have the ability to not only do research, but also put out campaign materials in a variety of different formats that will be epic. And I'll be doing most of it myself. So it's a huge campaign asset here. And again, but beyond that, this is something that I learned running these super PACs and everything else. And it's kind of demoralizing. I remember in 2014, we were doing polling. We were doing a lot of like robocall polling. And I think something like 7 days out before the Republican primary, 67% of the voters were undecided. So most of these elections, in all honesty, people aren't paying any attention until the very end. So I'm going to be doing mostly a lot of social media and digital targeting. And then the last 2 months of the campaign after the primary, I'm going to be hitting the pavement, and I'm going to go across the state. But what I'm going to do is, because I don't want this to dilute from my main message. I don't want this, what I'm not going to do is say, oh, well, here's why you should vote for me. Most candidates, and most of all of this stuff is, they collect information about the voters, and then they come up with a strategy to tell the voters what they think they want to hear so that they can get elected, and then they go and do whatever their real intention or real motivation is. And the evidence for this is the voting record of Congress and the voting record for, go back over the last 20 or 30 years. I'm not doing any of that. I'm going to go and do workshops where I'm talking about the same things that I'm talking about technocracy, talking about how our rights don't come from Washington, D.C., showing people how to exit the dollar, how to ditch the dollar, how to ditch the healthcare system. I'm going to be doing the same thing because I don't want this to be I'm trying to do this in a way that furthers the mission. And so I'm not going to be sitting there going out and lying to people and filling out forms and different pledges for things or whatever. I'm going to state the truth that I've been stating for the last 3.5 years regarding technocracy. I just view this as a roadshow and the opportunity to meet with people face to face. And again, that'll be enough because this race is already looking horrendous. And at this point, I think with Miriam Adelson and everything else, if people can just find out about what's going on here, people are going to be absolutely appalled by what the Sununu campaign is doing and Adelson and so forth. And that will be that. But again, the point of this is, ideally, I'm not on the ballot and the 4 demands are met, and then we can go about our way. So I wanted to be very clear, and because I know people don't understand this. I know that this is way outside of the zone of what is possible. And I had all kinds of people say, oh, in 2016, he must be a closet Dem, or I would hear all these different excuses about what the motivation was. But if you actually knew what my political activism was, and the fact that I was going around the state and recruiting all these candidates, raising all of this money and bringing awareness and so forth, if you knew the truth, then, but a lot of people know the truth and then want to revise that. And I've just, I don't even want to weigh in on that because, again, I want to focus on warning people about technocracy, showing people how to take action to build these parallel systems, and then to always remember to save our prisoners of war who are on the front lines and the innovators that have been trying to promote this kind of freedom. So, look, I hopefully we'll do a Q&A at the end after the Joby Weeks interview, but I did want to let everybody know. And so now we are moving into the next phase of this. And I just want to make sure, and by the way, I have every reason to believe that the administration and everybody knows what's going on here, meaning, Sununu knows, Scott Brown knows, the relevant, players know. You're going to see a lot of propaganda and people that are pushing some different narrative that actually know better and are still trying to go along with this. Well, gee, he might be a technocrat and he might be funded by Miriam Adelson, but we sure need to have a Republican there so that, free staters will move here. There are people that are pushing that insane short-sighted strategy, and it is what it is. But I'm going to remain, focused on the message here. And please share my content. I'm going to be doing a lot more media interviews as well. I've got a lot of stuff already lined up. And I do know even the political press now is interested in this in New Hampshire. And so, again, I'm hoping we have a good resolution. And the one thing I will say about Trump is, it's the bad part of it and it's the good part of it. He is transactional. He will do deals, right? I mean, this, you could argue this is some of the stuff that he's done is self-interested and is it America first or is it not? In this instance, I'm not worried about the rightness of the cause. The rightness of the cause is all I'm trying to do is hold people accountable for what they said they were going to do on what are the most important issues. So that's all I have to say about that. But this is, I would hope, by the way, and I hope to not. So I haven't voted since like 2018, and I usually am on here. I've done several episodes where I've said you can't vote your way out, so on and so forth, and I've gone into detail. And it's like, here I am again. I don't want to be doing this. I don't want to be doing this now, but no one else will do it, and I don't want to do it in the future. But what I would like to have happen out of this, if I am going to do it, I'm going to make it effective, and I'm going to focus my attention and do everything I need to do to make this work. But what this campaign has the ability to do is it could determine who controls the U.S. Senate. This can be a direct referendum on what happened in Kentucky with Thomas Massie and Miriam Adelson. This can put pressure for Trump to prioritize ending the war on crypto, something that he said he was going to do. But then lastly, and I hope this is the part that doesn't get lost the most, which is there are people that are just like, well, we have to shut down third parties entirely because it's a two-party system. No, let's be strategic about how a third party can be used as leverage to either push your agenda within either of the parties or to hold the parties accountable. I think this is an important strategy for those who believe in voting and who believe in this stuff. Then this is an actual nice tool to have in your toolkit, because otherwise you're just devolving. Otherwise, I mean, what people are willing to accept now in terms of, well, it's okay. Well, foreign countries can buy our elections. Well, what are we going to do about it? That's just the way that it works. No, it isn't just the way that it works if you think outside of the box. And I've demonstrated that. So day2026.com, I'm going to pull up this Joby Weeks interview now. It's about an hour long. Before I do that, I had a takeaway from this. There's a great 25-minute, I think, documentary that Mickey Willis put together. He does great work. He did all the pandemic stuff. He actually did the video with Roger Ver, and he did an excellent one on Joby Weeks. I have an interesting line of inquiry that I discuss in this interview, and we'll talk about after. That this is a crazy story. Joby Weeks was involved in something called BitClub, and this essentially became one of the largest Bitcoin mining networks in the world. In fact, between the two different organizations that Joby Weeks was involved with, at their peak, they controlled 22% of the hash rate of the entire Bitcoin network. They were making $5 million a day. And the government came in, said he was, operating without registering securities, which was a maximum 5-year sentence or whatever. And you'll hear that from the interview. But the part that's interesting is they seized all of the mining equipment. They seized more than $1 billion worth of crypto, mostly Bitcoin, without even going through the civil forfeiture process. And no one knows where the mining equipment went or where the crypto went. So I think that, and I want to investigate this further, but I think that what happened to Joby Weeks was a direct attack, a U.S. state-based attack on Bitcoin mining. And it has nothing to do with unregistered securities or whatever it is that they were talking about, because the fascinating thing about this case is there are no victims. And you can look this up yourself, because when I first got this case, I'm like, whoa, because again, they hit you with these headlines, and then your lawyer tells you, don't talk about this. So the only thing anybody ever sees is whatever the DOJ puts out in the headline. Well, you see a headline that says, oh, it's a $722 million Ponzi scheme. Well, when I heard that, I'm like, well, okay, the $722 million Ponzi scheme, there must be tons of victims. So I go online, I go look through YouTube, Rumble, go through AI and everything else, can't find a single victim. Turns out there aren't any victims. So this is potentially a really big deal. This is potentially an attack on mining. And who knows? Remember the Ross Ulbricht case that, I think 1 or 2 FBI agents actually went to prison because they stole some of the Bitcoin that was seized. Well, we don't even know what's happened to this, and it's over $1 billion worth of Bitcoin. This is a fascinating story. I encourage you to go to freejoby.com, Joby, and sign the petition. Again, these petitions, all of these petitions matter. All of these people need to have awareness raised about the case. But with that, I'm going to play the interview, and then I will come back after I'm going to talk a little bit about Ditch the Dollar, and then we'll open it up for Q&A. All right, welcome back to the Aaron Day Show. Unfortunately, we have another crypto prisoner. This is number 8 that we're going to be talking to today, Joby Weeks. And these stories just get more and more bizarre every time we do one of these interviews. And, we've identified a lot of common themes across how the DOJ operates in these cases, but this one is even more bizarre because this is the one case where the government announced a $722 million fraud, held a man 11 months in a pandemic, extracted a non-cooperation plea, and then wrote on its own docket that it can't take the case to trial because it has no victims. So this is a truly victimless, bizarre situation, and prosecutors don't want to prosecute. So we're in for a wild one here that just kind of adds all new color and all dimensions to what's going on. So we have today Joby Weeks. Hey, Joby, how are you?
Thanks for having me. I'm doing
excellent. So I guess, as we talked about before, I always assume with these things, and what I've learned over time is that most people really don't know how the judicial system works. They actually, if they've never interacted with it, they still have this kind of naive, idealistic view of how it works. And so I found with these things, it's always the best to kind of walk through at a really high level, basic level. What are you? Who are you? What is your background? And kind of what's the human story and the human element to it? And then talk about at a really high level what the case is all about.
Sure. Well, when the Constitution and the process say that you get indicted, then you get arrested, then you get bail, then you get a trial, and if you're convicted after trial, then you go to jail. But they don't do that here in this country anymore. What they do is they kidnap you, they deny you bail, they deny you a trial, and then they torture you for a year or two until you capitulate. And they come to you and say, hey, eventually we got to give you a trial. But, if you fight us, you're looking at 20 years. But if you sign this piece of paper, a false plea agreement, then we'll let you go home tomorrow. And so that's what happened with me is, after 11 months of being bounced from jail to jail to jail to jail and state to state to state to state, they call it diesel therapy. They finally sit you down and they say, what would you rather be? My attorney said to me, what would you rather be, 5 years in jail and eventually found innocent, or 1 year in jail and guilty? And I thought, what are you talking about? I'm like, they have to give me bail. It's in the Constitution. And they're like, well, they're not going to give you bail because, they say you're a flight risk. And then I'm like, well, then they have to give me a trial. It's in the Constitution. Oh, well, they figured out a loophole around that. What they do is they call it a complex case, and then the judge makes an ends of justice ruling so that they can waive your speedy trial rights too. I'm like, well, if they're not going to give me a trial, they got to give me bail. If they're not going to give me bail, they got to give me a trial. They can't just deny me both. But that's what they do in this country, good old USSA. And, that's a shame. But this is how the Department of Justice has a 97% success rate on convictions, is because they break the law and they don't follow the Constitution or their oath of office, and they cheat. And nobody likes a cheater. Nobody respects a cheater. And with my particular case, I've now been sitting here waiting for a trial for almost 7 years. It's been 2019 I was arrested. I still have this ankle bracelet on. I can't go anywhere or do anything or have a job or a phone or a computer or a bank account or use crypto. I have to have a guard watch over me 24/7. I can't go to church or weddings or funerals. It's crazy. And the government has requested and been granted 35 continuances. We've gone through now 12 prosecutors. They're fleeing this like rats on a sinking ship because they know that they have no case. What we did was we basically raised $700 million. We used that money to build big data centers, Bitcoin mines, they called it. And we mined 92,000 Bitcoins and 500,000 Ethereum. We were the biggest mining pool on earth. And instead of getting put on the cover of Time magazine, I got arrested. So it's crazy. So I'm finally telling the story. I guess to begin with, who am I? I'm Joby. I was born in Colorado. My family, we've been here since the beginning. They were officers in the American Revolution. My great-grandfather was Secretary of War under Presidents Harding and Coolidge. His son was Secretary of Commerce under Eisenhower. So we've been involved. And, it's really a shame to see what's happened to our country. It's almost like we've been co-opted by the banking cartel. If you understand how this works, the central bank of the world, an IGO, an intergovernmental organization, a sovereign entity called the Bank of International Settlements, has these member banks, the IMF, the World Bank, the Federal Reserve Bank, the Bank of England. And then they've got the corresponding banks like your Chases and Wells Fargo's and Bank of America's, and then all the mom and pop banks. This SWIFT system has gone around the world conquering all these countries, and it's owned by these families at the top, these trillionaire trusts. I call them the guys in the cloud. And they're not happy that $3.5 trillion has left their system and gone into the crypto space. They've gone and attacked every vertical in this space. They called it Operation Choke Point. So the guys in the cloud gave Obama orders, stop Bitcoin. And of course, Obama was like, yes, sir. And so what did they do? They went after the ATM guys and Ian Freeman, and they went after the exchange guys like Mt. Gox and, Charlie Shrem with BitInstant, and they went after Roman and the DEX guys, and they went after the mining chip manufacturers like Butterfly Labs and the mining pools like BitClub. And I was just a vendor. I was working for a company called BitFury that made these ASIC chips, and I was selling computer equipment, to an organization called BitClub, and they bought tens of millions of dollars worth of equipment from me. And I set up all these big data centers. We had one in Iceland and Georgia and Norway and Canada, and the biggest one in the world out of Montana. And, I got bundled into a conspiracy, and it's bonkers. I mean, there are no victims. There's no injured party. There's no one withstanding to sue. We turned $700 million into $10 billion. Everybody got rich. And like I said, then they kidnap you.
So, and this is a common story, and obviously your story started even a little bit before Joe Biden signed Executive Order 14067, which really accelerated things, because this was one single executive order that authorized a CBDC while also authorizing a whole of government crackdown on crypto. So this is where you had everything from deep banking to the FBI to the Treasury Department. And that's when the crunch was really on. But obviously you're certainly caught up right in the middle of this. So you said that the maximum sentence was 5 years, and now you are in year 7. So how does that work?
Well, what happened was I and lecture. I went to 175 countries, right? I get up on stage, I'm speaking, I got millions of people into Bitcoin. We designed the Bitcoin logo and created what's called a cold storage coin. So we laser etch in the back of the coin the private key, so you could actually have a fireproof and flood-proof wallet, if you will. And after getting hacked, and I lost all my Bitcoin on Silk Road when they raided the Silk Road, and I lost it again on Mt. Gox. And then I had to helped Vitalik launch Ethereum after PorkFest in 2013, and the DAO hack, if you remember the Schlocket, had $60 million. So I've been going through this, and we were like, we need to make our own wallets, and so that's what we decided to do. And I was speaking, on stage, calling Social Security a big Ponzi scam, and that the world's run by a bunch of devil worshiping, child trafficking pedophiles. So I wasn't making any friends in the deep state. And in fact, me and this guy, Luke Radowski of We Are Change, and Jeff Berwick from the Dollar Vigilante, when we heard that Jeff Epstein had been suicided, let's say, we didn't believe it. So we were in a speedboat, and we raided Jeffrey Epstein's island and ran around trying to see if he was still alive or not, and filmed it, got 2 million views or so. And then I was arrested right after that one. So I think it has a little bit something more to do with they don't like the competition. Yes, my max sentence for selling an unregistered security, they want to say that computer equipment is a security, is 5 years max. I mean, it's a civil. Title 15 is civil. They usually slap you on the wrist and fine you or whatever. So the max I could go to jail is 5 years. I've been sitting here since 2019, haven't been sentenced, convicted, no trial. It's like, I don't know how long they can keep you in purgatory for. I was quiet. I didn't do any interviews, no podcast for 5 years. My attorneys were like, you need to just let us handle it. I had David Boies, the Yale Law School is named after the guy. I figured this is deep state lawfare from the Biden regime, so I should hire a Democrat operative. Hunter Biden worked for him for 10 years. That didn't work. So then I hired Alan Dershowitz, another deep state guy. I'm like, but he's on Team Trump, he defended Trump. And he wrote a great crypto white paper for me that is on the docket. But the problem is all these judges, they're appointed by Obama in the District of New Jersey, and they went venue shopping to find one that they could, I didn't live in New Jersey, didn't do business in Jersey. I don't even know I'm even in New Jersey. But you saw what happened in New Jersey. It's run by the mafia. Trump tried to put Alina Habba in, but the Senate wouldn't confirm her. And so then the judges got together, put somebody else, and then Pam Bondi came in and fired that person, put Alina back in, and then the judges were all up in arms. What are you doing? That's unconstitutional. You can't do that. I'm like you guys should talk. These judges violate the Constitution on a daily basis, So basically, New Jersey, it's organized crime, and I'm sitting here, dealing with it. I don't know how long this is going to last. I just hired on Peter Tickton, who's one of Trump's attorneys. He's been friends with him since they were 15 years old, 65 years. They went to military school together. And so he submitted the pardon application as well with Ed Martin, who's the pardon attorney, and Alice Johnson, the pardon czar, and the White House counsel guys. So I'm hoping to come the 4th of July, supposedly 250 pardons are happening. And these crypto prisoners like myself can finally be free. This was back 2019. There was no Goldman Sachs, no BlackRock. There was no strategic Bitcoin reserve. They were coming out pretty hostile to it. And can you blame them? When you have the ability to create all this money out of nothing, if you read the Constitution, it's very clear gold and silver is lawful money. But we have these dollars that are not backed by gold and silver. They spring into existence out of debt. They're backed by bonds, backed by birth certificates, backed by the government's ability to tax us. So they're hypothecating humans. They use us as the collateral for this debt. And if we actually ever did pay off the debt, there wouldn't be a dollar left circulating anywhere in the economy. And yet we would still owe all the interest. You can't pay principal plus interest if only principal exists. It's a mathematical impossibility. It's like a game of musical chairs. You got 12 people going after 10 chairs. And so when you have that ability, like you said, when Biden took over with that executive order, in 2020, Biden created $6 trillion out of nothing. Now, if you take the average American worker who makes $60,000 a year and you divide that by 6 trillion, you got 100 million years. Now, the average worker only works from 20 to 70, call it 50 years of work. That divided by 100 million is 2 million people. They literally wiped out the lifetime productivity of 2 million people in 1 year. Of course, they're going to come out against any competition. Ron Paul has a great saying, don't steal. The government hates competition. And so, that's just kind of where I found myself in. And that's why I embrace Bitcoin. It doesn't spring into existence out of debt. It's energy. That's why gold and silver is money, is because it's energy. At the end of the day, it takes energy to create a nice, beautiful gold coin. You got to mine it. You got to refine it. You got to stamp it. It takes a data center. It takes electricity to create a Bitcoin. That's why it's money, is because at the end of the day, that's what we're trading is energy. And so, these guys have conquered our country. And I think Bitcoin can really help us restore the republic and take the power back, peer-to-peer. We can send value across the internet instantaneously without having to go through a trusted third party. I think this is a great invention, and I think the whole world will embrace it, and they tried to stop it, but you can't stop math. So, of course, the next tier down are the miners, the guys that secure the blockchain. And so that's why we got targeted, is we were the biggest mining pool, and I was kind of the face of it, going and speaking at all the conferences. So there's probably a couple things I shouldn't have said, but I just said because, I speak the truth. But, truth is treason in the empire of lies, and it's very dangerous to be right when the government is wrong.
Well, this is we don't necessarily need to go into this, but I've talked a lot about the hijacking of Bitcoin in a variety of different ways.
Yeah, Roger.
And I had Roger on, but I've also written about it as well with some of the ties to Epstein and everything else. And actually, so you are kind of at the focal point of this. So you are a unwitting, involuntary contributor to the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve.
Half of that is mine. So I don't give it back.
Yeah, so I think it's important for people to know this. I mean, if you look at this Bitcoin Strategic Reserve quote as it stands right now, I mean, it's largely been confiscated from people who haven't been convicted of crimes. Like this is actually what's going on.
Takings clause. You can't steal people's stuff without due process, but they do it all the time. It's crazy that they're allowed to get away with this stuff. And you know, I'm not certain what we need to do. It's like nobody's holding these people accountable. It's crazy.
No one's holding these people accountable. This is where I think I think a lot of us are moving towards is the idea that privacy is actually critical with crypto. I think one of the problems is, I mean, Bitcoin can't be technically seized, but certainly if they come to you and they say, hey, look, we've identified that these are your Bitcoin, either turn them over or, you know, you're not going to get out of prison. So far, people have turned over the Bitcoin. So, but clearly Bitcoin was a threat, and they're at various levels of trying to capture it. So how much hash power, like how large was this mining pool at its peak?
Well, Bitfury controlled 11% of the global hashing power, and BitClub controlled another 11%. So between the two of us, 22% of the global hashing power. And what's interesting is Bitfury, the company I was an owner of, spun off two companies. One was called Cypher and one was called Hut8. Those are both billion-dollar unicorns, publicly traded. Hut8 actually partnered with Eric Trump to create the American Bitcoin Company. They went public. So if you go into Eric Trump's data center, it's completely filled with Hut8 equipment. That's equipment that from a company I was the seed investor for. It's like help! It's crazy, right?
Wow. I mean, no, this is beyond crazy. So, I mean, and you do almost wonder at some point. I mean, there's, on the one hand, there was part of it. I think that the Biden and Obama regimes wanted to stop it, and I think maybe later groups wanted to capture it. I really do think that there's been kind of I mean, the net effect is the same, because when I started, talking about crypto prisoners, I mean, at first there was obviously Ross, and I met Lynn back in 2014, but then, Ian Freeman, who I've known for 20 years, and it was a couple of people, and now it's more. Like, it's not going away. It's not, the war on crypto is not over. If anything, it's actually expanded. So
there's 11,000 pardon applications. I mean, the lawfare has been crazy. So, if they don't put the AI on scanning through all these people that need pardons, it's going to take them like 200 years to pardon all these people. It's like one good thing for AI, you could go through the pardons a little faster, guys. So I don't know. I mean, I did fundraisers for Ross. I was a big fan of WikiLeaks and Julian Assange and Ed Snowden and all these people that were all debanked and deplatformed, and so of course I became a target too. I guess you say all my heroes have FBI files. Martin Luther King and Gandhi and everybody else. If you don't have an FBI file, you're probably not doing anything important. So and that's what I like about you, Aaron, and you've been around up in New Hampshire and Porcupine Festival, and Ian Freeman. So we got into Bitcoin before it was 85 cents back then, and when we could buy hamburgers and hot dogs there at Porcupine Festival, and man, it's cool to see what it's become. But yeah, you're right. Privacy is what everybody's shifting towards. Zcash has their shielded transactions, and Monero and Zano and all these other coins. Remember the Pirate coin? Is that still going? I don't know.
Yeah, Pirate Chain ARR, that's still going, and actually you can make your Bitcoin private now through Zano. So if you have like a Bitcoin.com wallet, you can make it private. So yeah, I'm still bullish. I'm bullish on crypto, but what I'm worried about is that we have CBDCs and then government regulated stablecoins, which are backdoor CBDCs. And a lot of people still don't understand the difference. So, like, we need to get back to peer-to-peer. We need to get back to that original ethos, because you were there at the beginning of it as well, where these conferences were all about, screw the Federal Reserve. And, this was coming off of the 2008 financial collapse, and everybody, both sides of the aisle were frustrated with with Wall Street and the Federal Reserve. And
even before Bitcoin was I was a regional currency officer for Liberty Dollar, and we were minting gold and silver coins. Back then, silver was $4 an ounce, and we minted hundreds of millions of dollars and pumped it all the way to $49 an ounce. It was the second most popular currency in the country. And then we decided to put Ron Paul's face on the coin, and they didn't like that. I mean, there's Gandhi coins, there's MLK coins. Why can't we have Ron Paul's face on the coin? But we minted 60,000 of those and did the Ron Paul blimp and the Ron Paul limo. I took that to 30 states in all the debates, and we had about 20,000 merchants accepting our money for their goods and services. And so it was going great until the feds came in with machine guns and stole all the silver and gold too. So, they've been fighting, I've been kind of fighting the status quo for about 30 years, trying to, restore the republic and bring to the marketplace things that free humanity. And it's a shame that, there's very powerful special interests out there that just want to enslave everybody. They want to CBDC everybody and social credit, microchip and vaccinate and just kill everybody, really. I mean, these people are evil, man. So it's always been like that, a battle between good and evil. And how I basically sit here on house arrest for so long is I've learned how to meditate and ground and release and forgive and surrender, right? And you stay happy and grateful and thankful, because I try to keep my situation from a point of how it could always be worse. Now, I'm in jail, but at least it's not a Mexican jail, I saw an anaconda, or like a boa constrictor python snake, and it latched on and bit this guy in the nuts. And I wrote my wife and I said, well, it could always be worse. At least I don't have a boa constrictor chomping on my balls right now. So, and so this is just a spiritual game, and we got to stay uptone. So that's what I'm trying. I'm sure it's not difficult, or it is difficult to do that in jail. I feel for guys like Ian that are still there. And, when I was laying there in jail getting bounced around, they kept the air conditioning blowing on me, all night long, and they wouldn't turn the lights off. So I'm laying there and I'm thinking, well, I made it through Antarctica. The sun never set in Antarctica. It's freezing cold down there too. Okay, I got this. I can make it through this. One time they left us in the back of this van all chained up. We're wearing T-shirts, and we had just come back from court, and the police officers just left me and my friend in this box. It's freezing cold. It's like 10, 11 o'clock at night. Went back into the jail and just left us sitting there in the dark, chained to this thing, no heat, for hours. They lost us. But when they finally remembered, they left us in the back of the van and let us go back into jail. Everybody's like, where have you been? I was like, dude, they locked us in the freaking van in the parking lot. They do crazy shit to people. I don't know if people are aware, but if they got to drive you from New York City to Newark, it's a half-hour drive. You just got to drive across the bridge. What they do is they send you to Chicago first, check you into a jail, check you out, then to Seattle, check you in, check you out, then San Francisco, then LA, then Vegas, then Dallas and Houston and New Orleans. You loop Florida, and 11 months later, you finally get to Newark. It's only a half-hour drive. It's called diesel therapy. Look it up. They do this in our country right now. It's freaking crazy. They're sadistic people.
So is this a standard practice, this diesel therapy?
Pretty standard. I had a guy that was actually put under the bus. You know where they have the baggage carriage? He wasn't even allowed to have a seat. He was diesel therapied in the baggage carriage of the bus, below the bus. These people are evil, man. They're totally evil. I don't know what we're supposed to do about it. But that's why sunlight is the best disinfectant. And that's why I decided I'm just going to start telling the story and doing the podcast. They're trying to throw me in jail still. June 24th is another hearing. So I appreciate your thoughts and prayers, guys. If you can share it. People.
Well, so what is this hearing about? Where is the hearing? Do you want people to show up, and what is it about?
Yeah, it's in Newark, New Jersey, 50 Walnut Street. They've had like 30 of these hearings that they just keep delaying and pushing out, and then in between, they try to bail violate me, revoke my bail, because I'm not allowed to do interviews, I'm not allowed to be on the internet, and so they're always trying to throw me in jail. But luckily, the magistrate knows that the government's full of shit. So he never lets them throw me in jail. So they'll submit all this paperwork. We need to revoke his bail, Your Honor. And he's like, you guys have no case. You guys can't even find a victim. You have no witnesses. You guys can't go through. I mean, look at what happened with Puff Daddy and Sam Bankman-Fried and all these guys. They get indicted. They get arrested. They get deported. They get imported or extradited, whatever the word is. Then they get their trial. They get convicted. They get sentenced. And they're in jail. I've been dealing with this since before COVID, before January 6th. It's fucking retarded. Sorry for the French.
Wow. So I downloaded all of the legal documents and I went through all the legal documents. And you know, when somebody brought me this, because unfortunately this happens all the time. So it's like, all right, well, I want to look at this and see. And you know, going through the documents, it's just
7,000 pages.
There's 7,000 pages. There's nothing like this. I mean, it's just, you go through this. There's no like, oh, well, you know, if you listen to what Joby's saying, you're saying, well, that's one side of the story. It's like, no, if you go through these legal documents, that no one shows up. All the prosecutors are gone on the other side. You have just this constant stream of continuous continuations and legal paperwork shuffling through the case.
It was a these guys are criminals. It's organized crime. And it's out of New Jersey, which if you watch any of the mafia movies, you know the mafia runs New Jersey. I mean, my friend Ernesto, I don't know if you ever met him. We had an ATM business in New Jersey. And there was that bit license in New York City. So nobody wanted to do any kind of Bitcoin stuff there. My friend Nick Spanos had the first, Bitcoin exchange, whatever, stock market thing there right next to the New York Stock Exchange. That was fun. But everybody got pushed out of New York. So all of New York would drive across the bridge, turn their cash into crypto and stuff. So we had these ATMs. So my buddy Ernesto walks to the ATM one night to empty the cash. And he's followed by these police officers. He's like, great, I got cops around me. I'm going to be walking out with a bunch of cash. I don't have anything to worry about some stick-up kid coming to rob me. Gets the cash out of the ATM, turns around. The cops are there sticking him up. They literally robbed him $300,000. The police. So it's like, this is who I'm dealing with, guys. I don't know. Go to freejoby.com. Help. Pass that Mickey Willis video. He did like a 25 minute video that explains the whole story and just make it go viral. Send it to people that are powerful. Send it to someone that knows Trump. This needs to end, not just for me, but for everybody else that's dealing with this kind of lawfare. It's gone on long enough. I've got 2 kids, man. I got a daughter who's 7. She's only ever known me on house arrest. I have a son who's 11 months old now. It's really bad for the kids, and they're creating a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even imagine this. So in this case, the one thing that I found interesting about this isn't a typical situation. You know, usually it's like somebody shows up with 30 or 40 armed officers and drones and everything else. But this is a case where you didn't hide from the FBI, or you weren't even just like sitting stationary. You actually went to the FBI first on something, didn't you?
Yeah. So what happened was I got SIM swapped. If you type up Joby Weeks, New York Times, SIM swap, there's a way hackers would like hack into AT&T and T-Mobile, and they would steal your phone number from the telco. And then they would go to all your accounts like Google or Facebook or whatever, which you can't set up a Google or Facebook account without a phone number, because if you click forgot password, it texts you a code to your phone number and you can get back into your account. Well, this is before Google Authenticator. They stole my phone number. So then they hacked me and got my codes and got into my account, stole like $50 million. So I go to the FBI and I'm like, hey, this is why you guys exist, is to catch bad guys. I was hacked, and my mom, dad, my wife, my family, my friends, Brock Pierce and Michael Terrapin and all of my friends, we all got hacked. And so what happened was the FBI, obviously, they're good for nothing. They did absolutely nothing for it. So I hired my own team of these like hacker guys that, their intelligence. I was building my own little white hat hacker team to go catch the guys that lock up hospitals with ransomware and stuff. They were giving Bitcoin a bad rap. And I hired them, and they found my hacker in the Philippines. It was like a ladyboy tranny hacker, and found out the casino. She is laundering the money through and where he lives and all that stuff. So I get this dossier on a silver platter. I go back to the FBI. They do nothing. The Philippine FBI does nothing. I even paid them an extra $5,000 to put it at the top of their stack of all the stuff they're trying to go through. They do nothing. So I track the Bitcoin coin analysis to a wallet with over $1 billion in it. I'm thinking, oh, this has to be a state-protected hacker, obviously. So I think they were hacking me through this tranny, right? So I think to myself, well, this is so dumb. Like I've already had my money stolen from me so many times. And I was bitching to Roger about, why Americans can't ever join any great opportunities. It's like every Bitcoin company was like, everyone could join except for Iranians, North Koreans, and Americans. And I'm like, what the heck? So Roger's like, well, why don't you just buy a house in St. Kitts, and then you can get a St. Kitts passport, and then you can join all the opportunities as a St. Kittitian. And I'm like, oh, that's a good idea. So I go down to St. Kitts, I buy a house, passports show up. My wife's is there, but mine isn't there. I call the lawyers. I'm like, where's my passport? And they're like, well, how do we put this way? Oh, there's an investigation going on you. And until that's over, we can't give you a passport. So I'm like, an investigation. So I call my CIA guys and I'm like, is this true? Are they investigating me? And they called me back a couple of days later. They're like, yeah, some guys at the Treasury are investigating you. I'm like, okay, well, set up a meeting. So I set up a meeting with these Treasury guys at the Ritz-Carlton in Washington, D.C. I go down and I meet with them, talk with them for about an hour. They want to know about BitClub. I'm like, yeah, I'm a vendor selling them equipment. I don't own BitClub, run BitClub. I didn't set it up or anything. I was just selling them equipment. And so I'm like, yeah, they're mining Bitcoin. How do I know? Because I'm the one that sells them the equipment and set up the data centers. Here's the pictures. Here's the contracts, all that stuff. So after an hour, the investigation, I think, is over. So I go back down to St. Kitts and I try to get my passport again. They're like, no, the investigation is still going on. And at the time, my daughter was born and I wanted to make her the most traveled baby in the world. So we took her to all 50 states in 42 days at 43 days old. And by her first birthday, she hit 45 countries. So we were bouncing around, traveling quite a lot. And I got a phone call that the data center has been raided in Tbilisi, Georgia, on the other side of the world. So I'm like, what? So I called the agents. I still had their phone number, their business card. Did you just raid the data center? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, why? And they're like, well, no. We have some more questions. I'm like, okay, well, I got answers. I'm going to be at Tony Robbins' Date with Destiny in West Palm Beach. I got extra tickets. You guys want to come? We can rah Tony Robbins. And then at lunchtime, I can answer your questions and whatever. And they're like, sure, we'll meet you at Date with Destiny. So I got to Date with Destiny. I got the juices, the smoothies, and I'm all ready for Tony Robbins. I mean, there's a $5,000 tickets, and they surround me, Marshals, IRS, FBI. I mean, it was like I was El Chapo, and they take me to this unmarked building. They don't even take me to jail. For 6 hours, they're trying to hustle me for my private keys. I'm thinking I'm going to go to Gitmo. I'm like, oh, God. I'm like, I get to see a judge. I get to see a lawyer. I have a right to go to jail. You guys can't keep me in this building. And I wouldn't give them the keys because I'm like, if you guys are really cops, I have to get bail. I have to pay for a lawyer. Like, I can't give you all my crypto. And that's why they got kind of pissed, because then that's when they diesel therapied me. So my family didn't even know where I was for 11 months, man.
Well, didn't they also raid your parents' house?
Yeah, they kicked my parents' doors. So I'm a part of a 5-person conspiracy, right? So Matt and Russ, they started BitClub, and then Caitlin ran the computer, and this guy Joe, he was like the first guy that's in the tree. BitClub had a referral thing where you could sell equipment and make money by selling computer hardware. You get commissions and stuff. So long and the short, and then me, I'm the vendor. I didn't even hear about BitClub until it had been going on for about 16 months. And I joined as a happy member, and then I started selling them computer equipment. So they bundled me into this conspiracy. Yeah, so they raided all of us, and I'm not the only one. The rest of the BitClub crew, they're all on house arrest too. I'm just the one making a big stink out of it. None of them have done any podcasts or anything. They're just sitting there.
I mean, this is just absolutely insane. So actually, I want to go back to, so they have your Bitcoin or your crypto, but did they even do civil asset forfeiture proceedings? Like, did this even go through that level? Like, this seems like it's
No,
not even that.
They're going to give me my money back. There is no asset forfeiture. They literally, it's on the docket. We will return your assets. And they say that every 3 to 6 months, and they never, ever do. And so I'm like, where are the assets? So I call up the IRS in West Palm. I'm like, where are the assets? I don't know. Call the marshals. I call the marshals in Tampa. They don't know. Call the FBI in Miami. So I call them. They say, oh, we sent 4 boxes to Colorado. Oh, great. I'm getting somewhere. I call Colorado. Oh, we only received 1 box. I don't know. Call New Jersey. Like, what the? So nobody knows what assets are. And we're talking billions of dollars. Like, we had big data centers full of equipment. That equipment was making us $5 million every single day. Poof, gone. Nobody knows where it is. All the Bitcoin, they literally robbed over 1 million members in 100 different countries. They just came in with machine guns, stole all the money, and stole all the equipment. And now nobody wants to be part of it. Like, all the prosecutors just keep quitting.
So, I mean, I don't even know if I should be asking this, but I mean, do you think there's a possibility that some of the people involved in this actually stole your stuff, and that they don't want to prosecute it because no one wants to open up?
It's just like road. Those agents never gave the Bitcoin they stole to the government. They kept the Bitcoin. Those agents went to jail for years. So it's rinse and repeat. These guys just are gangster mafia guys that just came and stole the money, and they probably don't want to give it back. And they definitely don't like it that I keep countering their false narrative. I mean, here's what's crazy. I had a camera crew go around with me for 3 years. I went to 175 countries, bringing Bitcoin everywhere and filming it. And so I came out with this like 2-minute sizzle reel for a movie I want to make on this story, because it's the most retarded, outrageous story you ever heard. And so the world's going to love it. 1 billion people will see this movie. So I throw the sizzle reel out. It gets 150,000 views day 1. No advertising, no nothing, just went viral. And then day 2, 0 views. Day 3, 0. Day 4, 0. I'm like, I wonder why this isn't going viral anymore. And so I put $500 at Google, and then YouTube sends the $500 back. And they're like, we can't promote your movie. Why not? You promote every movie. Why can't you promote my movie? No, silence. A week later, they kick the door in of my camera guy with machine guns, and they freaking steal all the footage. They literally, luckily we had backup copies in the cloud and stuff, but they literally do not like me countering their false narrative. Let's just put it that way.
Wow. So all right. So you have this hearing coming up. I mean, what are the other steps? I mean, is there any way out of this hell outside of a pardon? I mean, it doesn't seem like there's any.
Well, I mean, I filed a writ of mandamus to the Third Circuit Court of Appeals to alert them of all the BS that's happening. I put on the docket. It's very simple. The judges could just throw it out, case dismissed, but they're not going to do that. They're the mafia. And the Department of Justice has all the cover they need. I literally categorize all the problems with the case. They could just drop the charges, but that hasn't worked. So now I'm trying the pardon route. I hope that works. I'm kind of doing a trust fall here. I have faith that God will make this work. I have no idea how. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. So I'm just crossing my fingers. He's got my back. And I'm happy being a billionaire. I'm happy being broke. I'm happy in jail. I'm happy free. So to me, like, the worst they can do is kill me, but there is no death anyway. So that's not even going to work either.
Wow. This is, I don't even know what to say. I'm almost speechless at this point. This one is bizarre. Well, I think that, obviously, I'm going to do everything that I can to raise awareness on this, and I'm working on some other things that hopefully can help with this. I think that for me, Trump said that the war on crypto was over, and we just haven't seen evidence of it yet. And in fact, it's picked up. So I'm hoping. You mentioned this thing about 250 pardons. I've heard about that, but I don't know. I don't know how real that is, if that's actually a thing or not. But I certainly hope that that's the case. And I think that the truth is, it doesn't cost Trump anything. This is him actually following through on something he said he was going to do. That this isn't like something that's going to, he pardoned all the J6ers, just pardon all of the crypto prisoners. Like, in fact, it would be easier for him to pardon all of them than just 1 or 2, because if you do just 1 or 2, then people are going to go into the individual cases and they're going to try to figure out a way to blow it up and magnify and lie about some, personality thing they don't like about one of the guys. But if it's the whole group, then it's just done. And it's a big, frankly, it'd be a huge win for him. But it's also the right.
You get all the libertarians and crypto people to back you in the midterms. Do it now, and then we could get to work and help them retain power and control, because the midterms are coming up and they need the support.
Oh, they absolutely need the support. At this point, frankly, some other things have gone off the rails. It's just not the war on crypto that's gone wrong. It's the actual war in Iran, so on and so forth. So they certainly need the support, but it is also the right thing to do, because once again, every single one of these cases that we're talking about, yours included, it's somebody that was trying to promote or was successfully promoting economic freedom and or privacy and or voluntary interaction. And in all of these cases, the people that I've talked to thought they were complying with the law and actually sought out information in advance to kind of confirm, even though it's a gray area, certainly with Bitcoin early on. And so none of these people should be in prison. This isn't even a case of, the person did something wrong, but they've learned their lesson. There's no lesson to learn. The activities that have been performed here are the kinds of activities that are fundamentally American in nature, fundamentally about freedom and entrepreneurship. And every one of these cases, it's absolutely infuriating, and it's really hard to get the public to understand because of a combination of not understanding how the judicial system actually works, but then also the technical complexities with some of this. But this one's actually kind of easier to understand. I mean, Joby was involved in selling hardware equipment, miners to mine Bitcoin, to an organization that built one of the largest mining systems around the world, and there is no fraud. There are no allegations of fraud. I mean, I looked that up. The first thing I looked up on this, you read the headline. By the way, they do this all the time. They put out this huge headline: $722 million fraud. This, and then you go and look it up. You can't find. Go on YouTube. Go on Google. Try to find a victim.
There's no fraud.
There's no fraud.
No AI now, because when you. Like I typed up, tell me the story about Joby Weeks to Gemini, right? And all it does is cite the DOJ propaganda. Two websites, total propaganda. And then I go to Grok and I'm like, tell me the story about Joby Weeks. And it's like 80 different web pages, and it actually gets the story pretty correctly. It's like, so it is an info war, like Alex Jones says, and it's crazy that, they can just destroy you before any evidence is on the table. I've never faced my accuser. It's like everything that they did was 100% against the Constitution. They violated 18 USC 241 and 242, and the list goes on and on and on. I'm actually suing 6 judges, 12 prosecutors, the SEC, the IRS, the FBI, 50 agents, the clerks under RICO, the Sherman Antitrust Act, the Hobbs Act, and the Tucker Act. They're all criminals, and nobody's holding these people accountable. And I don't know what it's going to take, but I appreciate you guys going to freejoby.com and sharing the video with people. Hopefully Trump pardons us all on the 4th of July. I don't know what I'm going to do if it's the 5th of July and I'm still stuck here. It's like, I'm going to go crazy.
Yeah, no, so I encourage everybody to do that. Go to freejoby.com, and I'm going to continue to promote this, and I'll add it to the website along with all the others. And it is important. People need to understand that adding your signature to this, sometimes people are like, oh, well, this isn't going to mean anything. It doesn't matter. And it makes all the difference in the world. I mean, Ross wouldn't be out of prison if it weren't for Lynn going around for over a decade and collecting all these signatures. That's what actually gave leverage for Angela to use during the important 2024 election. So this stuff matters. So if you're watching this, I mean, it only takes it takes 10 seconds.
You can get a petition, right, where you can add your signature. There's a donate page where if you want to chip in $100 or whatever to help me, what I'm doing is I'm spending that money on these clippers that can take these interviews and clip them into like 1 minute, 2 minute little things to try to get the story out to go viral. Because, people's attention span, they see something's 37 minutes long and they never have the time to watch it. So, I'm trying to keep it short and sweet. And so I'm just trying to get the word out. David Boy says, listen, we know that you're innocent, but you're just going to be a martyr for your cause unless you can get 10 million people behind you. I said, how am I supposed to get 10 million people behind me? You told me to be quiet, not do interviews. For 5 years, I didn't do any interviews. And now you're telling me I need 10 million people? What the heck? You know, so I obviously fired that guy. But the point is, like, I need help. I need this to go viral. And if you can get, you know, we just put more sunlight, more pressure on these guys, make them just look, they lose all credibility. They have no credibility left. They have to let this go for failure to prosecute. I mean, there's, you know, what I filed all my stuff under the docket as formal complaints. So when you report a felony to an officer of government, if they do nothing about it, it's called a misprison of a felony, and they become accessories after the fact. It's actually a crime to report a crime and them to do nothing about it. And so that's why these prosecutors, they read what I wrote and they quit. 3 more come on, they read it, and then they quit. 3 more come on, they read it, and then they quit. I've gone through 12 of them because they're all criminals, but they don't want to do anything about it, so they all just quit. You know, so anyways, please help. And I appreciate Aaron. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you for coming on. And this is going to go out. This will go out tonight, and then I'll also be making clips. So over the next week or two, we'll be putting out the clips as well, and we'll continue to promote this. And fingers crossed for July the 4th, and I guess for June the 24th as well.
Thanks, brother.
All right,
God bless you, man.
Bye. All right, there we go. So this is a fascinating case, and I'm looking through the legal documents right now. I really want to know what happened to that equipment and what happened to the crypto. I mean, it should be documented somewhere. Is it part of the Bitcoin strategic reserve? Did some of these government employees steal some of the Bitcoin? Again, this is pure speculation at this point, but we're talking about mining hardware that, you know, again, at its peak was responsible for 22% of the hash rate globally, producing $5 million a day. So what happened to it? Was it auctioned off? Is it in a warehouse somewhere? Who manages the warehouse? Or, you know, it's not government policy to mine. So I'm not saying that necessarily the government is mining this Bitcoin, but is it possible that some employees took the equipment and they're mining for their own personal benefit? Like, this is a fascinating story because when you look at all of the effort that was put with no victims, I mean, there were a lot of activities where people were selling unlicensed securities. And again, in this case, Joby wasn't selling unlicensed securities. He was actually selling hardware, which is not, by definition, a security. And so even when a company has sold unregistered securities or whatever, there's usually not like this immediate confiscation and shutdown. There's a long, there's due process. There's this whole procedure. So what's interesting about this is they just kind of shut off a massive amount of Bitcoin hash rate and confiscated a whole bunch of Bitcoin, and we don't know what happened to it. So again, I'm throwing this out as a theory, and I'm going to do more research on it and to see through the legal documents and everything else, how would we go about trying to answer some of these questions? Because if you have 12 different prosecutors that have kind of gotten involved with the case and then said, oh, hey, I'm quitting and I'm moving on. I mean, that says to me, I mean, this is unusual. Like, we talk about a lot of, you know, I mean, if you had told me, well, you know, 80 armed police came with 2 Bearcats and, you know, a couple of drones or whatever, I would have said, oh yeah, that's standard procedure. This is what happens in all these different cases. But I mean, in this case, to take all of this hardware, I mean, we've had situations in other cases, like in the Keone Rodriguez case, where they swapped out judges at the last minute and everything else. But 12 prosecutors. This is a whole other thing. So I'm going to do some research on this. I'm very intrigued. And again, I'm labeling this now as a theory, so I don't want anybody to people start saying, oh, he's out there saying that, people are necessarily secretly mining or that some of this stuff was stolen. But there are a lot of really fascinating and important questions that need to be answered. And the reason they need to be answered is, like, think of the precedent that happens. What does this mean with respect to Bitcoin mining and what state actors can do with proof of work mining? Just like in the case of Roman Sterlingoff, this Chainalysis stuff is a black box. It hasn't been scientifically proven, but they used it in this case. And so now there's a precedent. So now they basically got this black box where they can go in and say, well, we're not going to tell you how our thing works. We haven't proven that it works, but now you're guilty of something, right? So that's where the precedent is bad. Well, what is the precedent here? Where there are no victims, and then we're going to charge you with a whole bunch of stuff, but then you're not going to have a court case, and then we're going to keep kicking the can down the road, but then there's over $1 billion worth of crypto and a massive amount of hash power at play. Well, if they can use this technique here, they can use this technique in any other instance. And what's interesting about this is they managed to do it in a way where they were doing this in other countries. I think he said former Soviet Georgia was one of the places they confiscated equipment all around the world, which is something else people need to be keenly aware of. This isn't just limited to the United States. I see, is this Chris Fox? Just added. So we're doing the live Q&A now, by the way. If anybody wants to pop in, I mean, we certainly can talk about anything, but tonight's topics are the U.S. Senate race, the next kind of step as we move forward on that, as it relates to the crypto prisoners and the other three demands, talking about this Joby Weeks case, and I would say also talking about Ditch the Dollar. I'll do a formal presentation on Ditch the Dollar, but I do want to put that out there, and I see some people online have already signed up for this. I really want to transition now from, let's look at the last couple of years of this podcast as being, not that it wasn't action based. I mean, we've done these workshops all over the country, and we've been working on a lot of this advocacy, but I've been listening to some other podcasts recently, and I just don't understand why some of this stuff is popular, or it's not that. And by the way, my goal here is not for this to be a, like I'm not driven by the numbers of people that watch it. I'm more concerned entirely with the number of people that actually start taking action, right? Because you can have an entire Libertarian Party conference where people chant "End the Fed" for 17 years and make absolutely no progress, right? It's not, one person that actually ditches the dollar is probably worth 1 million people passively watching a podcast. But I've been watching some of these things just to see what's popular. And I don't get it. I was watching Nick Fuentes the other day, and even watching Candace Owens stuff and everything else. And it's just like, okay, how, if you're watching this stuff, how does any of it improve your life? It's like, and most of this stuff is like a meta spectator show where it's people commenting about other people commenting about other stuff that's going on in the world. And, so you can spend an infinite amount of time watching this stuff, but it's not going to change a single thing in your life. And in order to actually make change in your life, you actually have to change your mind, change your emotions, change your thoughts, change your actions. And none of this stuff is designed. In fact, it's designed not to do that. It is designed to distract you, to have you pick a side in other people's petty squabbles. And so I'm going to focus this podcast on action. I know these things go long. I mean, we're already, I guess we're not too bad. We're only 2.5 hours in so far. But this thing usually does go 3 or 4 hours. I'm going to start structuring it more, though, into segments. And I'm going to make sure that every episode has an action that you can take that will improve your sovereignty in one dimension or another. And I mentioned I kind of completed the first round. In fact, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pull up some of these websites. I'm not going to go through all of it in detail. I'm just waiting to see if anybody wants to join the chat here. But I did just a ton of work leading up to this trip to Grand Rapids, Michigan, and this work was all around. Well, let me try to. A lot of windows here. Hold on. All right. All around getting these websites done, and there was just something that I knew kind of middle of last year. I can't say how or whatever. I was motivated to get all of these sites done, and I can't even tell you why. It wasn't even necessarily like I sat down and logically was like, oh, okay, we're going to need all this stuff. But I had a sense that, coming off of the election, people bought into this. We're going to rescue the Republic, and the Avengers are going to come in and fix things. And I as I've said many times, that I knew that was never going to happen. And the detriment and the problem has been, not only did it not happen, but technocracy has accelerated dramatically as a result. And it has accelerated in a way where there's been absolutely no opposition whatsoever to it, which there would have been. I mean, again, if Kamala had won or the Democrat had won, people would have been complaining about it. But at this point, people aren't complaining about it at all. They don't even understand what's going on. And in fact, they're listening to the propaganda, and they're believing things like that the Clarity Act is, it's clear rules for the road. And so America is going to dominate, and, everybody is going to become rich as a result of the largest surveillance bill in the history of the United States. And people think that, well, we dodged a bullet with CBDCs, but we have these backdoor CBDCs that are at scale, $33 trillion worth of transactions. And then, it's like, well, Doge is going to fix things. And then not only did Doge not save $2 trillion, but now Palantir is responsible for auditing, doing IRS audits and flagging who should be audited. That's not an improvement. Now, I explained why this was going to be the case based on Curtis Yarvin and the Dark Enlightenment. This is why, we do these roundtables, and Courtney Turner and others have come on here. This isn't a surprise. This should not be a surprise to anyone who understood what the ideology was behind what Musk was doing, Thiel was doing, Curtis Yarvin was doing, and J.D. Vance. No one should be surprised. It's in writing. People just didn't want to read it, look at it, accept it. They wanted to believe that there was a white knight. There was not a white knight. There was never going to be a white knight. And there certainly isn't going to be a white knight again. So the idea that somehow, I worry about this. Like, Massey's great, but man, I will tell you, if people get all worked up about the fact that, oh yeah, let's just wait until 2028, we'll get them there. It's not going to happen. And so I worry it's another false it's another head fake, it's another distraction that's going to move people. So anyway, the whole point behind that is the idea here was, with everything that we've been building, daylight freedom and everything else, is to give people tools to exit the system, that it's not about voting. Now, I have come around to the idea that technocracy is moving so rapidly and without friction that it's absolutely critical to slow it down. So while I don't think that we can go in and fix Washington, D.C., if we don't stop, if we don't stop data centers and then all of a sudden kind of AI takes over these administrative functions, again, that's not a good thing. A 75,000 page, 16 million word tax code administered by AI is actually worse than having a bunch of IRS agents. And I hope everyone understands that. And this is what we're up against. So they sell efficiency and then they deliver tyranny, and that's what's going on. If that isn't slowed, so we need to do these parallel systems. But I will say that oftentimes what I'm trying to express, and this is even true, like within politics in New Hampshire, people are like, well, you know, why are you know, pissing on this thing or whatever? Well, the reason that I may be pissing on this is that we can't compare ourselves to other states. We have to compare ourselves in the context of how is technocracy marching and what is our relationship to the federal government. I mean, we may be doing better than Massachusetts, but if we're all going to be swallowed whole by Washington, D.C., and if we're not doing anything to mitigate that, it doesn't matter if you are relatively better than other states. You're still going to be subject to this absolute technocratic tyranny. So with daylight freedom, we have, you know, multiple sites, and we kind of rearranged the whole thing here. And, you know, there's the Aaron Day Show site, which is obviously this podcast, but, you know, the website that we've created there, you can search all of the content, and there's even an AI chat. You can search by video clips. You can see memes. There's music, by the way, and music videos on all of the, all of the sites. I'm going to be building some more community features. There's Technocracy Atlas, which I've revamped, and the focus of it now is showing the growth of technocracy by state and by country since 1973, then projected forward to 2030. But you can actually see on a state-by-state basis what's going on. I have somebody in the comments, stop funding for data centers by getting people free of their electric bill. I mean, that's one thing, but stop using the dollar is actually an even more foundational way, because that is actually the root of all of it. The actual fiat currency itself, which is now morphing into digital programmable currency, and then the next level beyond that is digital programmable assets of everything that you own, not just the money that you use. So everything that you own can be programmed, tracked, and censored. The root of that is fiat currency. And this is why I'm going to give you a high level of daylight freedom, but I'm going to talk about ditch the dollar right now, because, and I've been saying this since 2024, this is the single biggest piece of leverage. You know, I see the comments here, you know, a few intentional communities here and there is not enough. We actually need to stop their system. And so it's because you're not going to be able to hide in an intentional community. Technocracy is a, you know, leave no man behind kind of scenario. The whole premise of it is global in nature. It does encompass control of the land, the air, the sea, and everything around us. It is a complete control grid. So it's not enough just to, we need to exit and build, but we also need to throw a wrench in their system, and we need to stop using their system. So certainly if we could get free of, you know, electric bill, and this is one of the other areas. And as I go through these sites, I'm going to tell you, I built these, but the whole point of building some of this, we do not have the Constitution. The Constitution's been dead for like 30 years. I mean, just, I've been in enough courtrooms. I've been in enough federal hearings. I've been in my own legal battles. The Constitution has been dead for a long time. I mean, the Constitution is something that I mean, you may have lawfared them, but man, I'm telling you, these watch, you know, all of the episodes from this year. Yeah, I know the bar attorney and all this other stuff. Look, I've not seen that stuff actually sustainably work. But what I'm saying is that the issue here is technocracy. The issue here isn't even the government. The issue here is not obstructing government. The issue here is obstructing technocratic firms. It's global technocratic firms. It's obstructing Palantir. It's obstructing Oracle. That is the real threat. The politicians are puppets, and they're puppets for these technocratic interests that are controlling the strings. And by the way, back to Technocracy Atlas, so you can see what's going on by state. You can get a report for your state that shows you what's going on with data centers and Palantir and the funding. And so there is some traction in shutting down some of these data centers. So I think that there's some effort. There's some effort that is useful to be put into slowing that down, just simply because if it goes unabated at the rate at which the data centers are being rolled out, the rate at which AI is being implemented throughout the government, just, you know, if you just look at how Palantir is connected, but then you start looking at what's going on with HHS and the integration of AI there, I mean, there's a certain point where, and that point is coming very soon, I would argue 2028, where with a real ID, which becomes digital, and then digital programmable money and assets, it becomes very hard for us to build these parallel systems. I don't know what exactly that cutoff point is, but it's coming soon. And in fact, our ability to build these parallel systems is happening at a much slower rate than they are deploying technocracy. So I'll go to a lot of events, and a lot of people are excited about what's going on. And they're like, yeah, look, you know, we had this growth, or look, maybe we have, you know, 20% growth in this. And it's just like, okay, well, you have 20% growth in this, but then this is why I put together, you know, Technocracy Atlas, because I wanted people to be able to visualize it. It's very difficult for people to see and really understand how, the rate at which things move over time. Because when you're in something, it may seem like it's going slow. It may seem like, oh, well, you know, it's not that big a deal. You know, because from one month to another, you know, maybe this one small thing happens. But when you look at, and this is what I have up on the screen right now, I'm going to show you, you know, this is, you know, the United States in 1973, we had a technocracy score of 23.7. And then if you watch the animation, you can see what's happened through some critical years, 1990, Soviet Union collapses, 2001, Patriot Act, 2013, so on and so forth. So we go from whatever it was, 23.7 to now 47 by 2020. We're now at 50.8. And just based on the projections of the bills and so forth that are already kind of lined up, we're going to be at a 56 by 2030. In other words, you know, technocracy will be pretty much the dominant force. And I think it's key for people to see this. And so even if you're, you know, like I'm in New Hampshire, and again, New Hampshire ranks highly with respect to technocracy, although the number one ranked state is actually Vermont, which is odd for a number of reasons, but technocracy is growing in New Hampshire. And I use as an example the fact that right after I moved here, one of the things everybody was talking about was that in 2007, New Hampshire stood up, the legislature stood up, the House and the Senate, and they said, real ID is unconstitutional. We will never have real ID in New Hampshire. Then in 2016, sponsored by the guy that's now the Republican Speaker of the House, we made real ID optional. Now in 2026, we've allocated $2 million to make real ID digital. So yeah, we may be better than other states, but we went from real ID is unconstitutional to using taxpayer money to make it digital. So do you see how that's problematic, right? This is why your relative score relative to other states needs to be examined in the context of your absolute score and the trend of the absolute score at the state level to national level. And we are getting crushed by technocracy. And these bills, the Blackburn bill and so forth, and Trump's policy on AI will give control of whether or not an AI model can be released to the DOE. It gives the FTC control over political bias and so forth. And so this is bad. It gets rid of Section 230, thanks to Lindsey Graham, if it passes. So meaning essentially free speech gets eliminated. There's liability then through the AI models, and developers become personally liable as well, which means that if you're an open source developer, there's no way you could develop an AI model on your own. Only big tech lobbyists and so forth and the right protections. It's one of those things where it's too expensive to even try to comply. This is what's on the table right now. So this is why I do think that there's some, and the problem is that this threat that we're facing is so massive that we do have to challenge it on multiple fronts at the same time. I would prefer to just be working on parallel systems. And in fact, in 2019, that was the decision I made. In 2019, I said, no more voting. I'm done. This is ridiculous. And the first thing that I did was I got rid of my personal bank account. But that was just the first thing. Actually, what I was interested in was tokenization beyond money. I was already thinking about using tokenization to tokenize stocks or to tokenize any asset so that you could trade that without third parties. And one way you could look at that is it's kind of a barter system. But the idea is you can trade and sell any asset of any size anywhere in the world to anyone without any third party. To me, that was one of the most liberating concepts. So that is where I spent my time from kind of 2019 to until 2021. And, even after COVID, this was still the area where I was spending time. In fact, I got excited about what was going on with GameStop and AMC because what that showed the world is that people were now finally talking in mainstream media about how rigged the stock market is. And people were learning about how corrupt just the process of exchanging and trading shares and so forth and securities is. That became a mainstream topic. And it looked like that was a window where, hey, yeah, now maybe we can come in with these solutions. And by the way, Bitcoin, I talk a lot about Bitcoin being hijacked on this show. Bitcoin was hijacked in an even bigger way. We talk about the idea that it was supposed to be peer-to-peer digital cash, and then it got pigeonholed into this like digital gold, but it was actually supposed to be peer-to-peer digital cash that could also be the rails for tokenization. The original concept of Bitcoin enabled and allowed for the ability for you to create tokens and use Bitcoin as the settlement layer for that. And I think this is a major important story, and it hasn't been covered. I've talked about it a lot, but I think maybe now is the time, because Vitalik split off and formed Ethereum because basically Bitcoin was throttled. What Ethereum became was something that should have been able to be should have been enabled on Bitcoin. So then Ethereum split off. So imagine if everybody were not only using Bitcoin to get rid of banks and third parties for payments, but also for trading stocks and for trading any other asset. That was the possibility. Now, I still think there's an issue with the fact that it's transparent, and I'm still not convinced that the whole thing wasn't a technocratic, system to begin with. But regardless of whether it was or whether it wasn't, it went from something with that kind of potential to now people are begging and hoping the government seizes more of it through civil asset forfeiture, and people are excited and willing to take massive government regulation in order to dump their Bitcoin on pension funds. So that's where this has gone. So I know we've got a couple people on here. We've got Eduardo. We've got Deadheaded. How you guys doing?
Good, man.
Good.
Great show again. I have to say, it's full of information. I didn't know anything about that guy's company or anything. And you're talking 22% of the Bitcoin hash was just walked off with the U.S. government.
Yeah, I didn't realize that either, actually, until I talked to. I've been pouring through the legal documents, but it occurred to me. And again, I am just saying that this is a theory at this point. But when you look at the case and the fact that he hasn't had a trial, they've had 12 prosecutors. They seized all the equipment. What did they do with the equipment? What did they do with the Bitcoin? And I suspect, so I'm going to say this in the standpoint of this should be research, not that I know what the what the answer is on this, but I suspect that it's possible that some of these government employees might have stolen some of it. I'm not suggesting, for instance, that the U.S. government took all that mining equipment and has been secretly mining $5 million worth of Bitcoin per day, but could some of the people involved in the raid taken some of that equipment and taken some of those coins? And the reason that the prosecutor doesn't want to push this case forward is because they realize that if you actually went to trial and went through full discovery, you'd find out that basically our government was operating like a complete criminal enterprise. I'm just suggesting that as a theory that should be investigated, and I'm going to start looking at that. But I've always wondered about, I'm not as excited about proof of work anymore for a variety of reasons, but the fact that they were able to go in and shut down that amount of hash rate
wrench attack
in multiple countries is just incredible.
Okay. Did the hash rate drop suddenly?
I have to look at that. So
there you go.
So I'm basing this off of a lot of this off of what Joby said, but I have looked at the some of the information, and I want to validate it, obviously for myself, that because obviously if you shut down 22% let's look at the dates, and then let's look at the dates in conjunction with the price of Bitcoin and a variety of other things. But I suspect that the timetable when all of this happened, it seems to be like 2019 was a massive year for global crackdown. And I will tell you, and Deadhead, you appreciate this as well. I'm blown away by. I really think that Equibit and what Patrick Byrne was doing, Equibit and Ravencoin were both forks of Bitcoin used for the purpose of the peer-to-peer exchange of securities on a self-custody basis. They were both forks of Bitcoin. So in my opinion, this is part of the hijacking of Bitcoin. And in fact, I think it's a larger part of the hijacking of Bitcoin. And I think in both cases, we have a situation here where I think you have Five Eyes involved. You certainly seem to. You have the Canadian version of the CIA involved.
Hey, can I stop you for a second?
Sure.
Okay, so I went ahead. I'm being played back, so it makes it a little bit difficult. So, but anyways, yeah, because it's playing back to me. So, anyways, I went ahead and did the flyers. I sent you a printout, a copy of what it looks like. It's got Aaron Day show running for senator, etc. And everyone else.
It looks like we lost him.
One of your campaign guys.
No, he's not one of my campaign guys. He was doing. I think he was doing this. I don't think he's in New Hampshire. I think he was doing this at. In fact, I don't even know what the location was on this, but he was going to local town areas and distributing this information. And I'd love. In fact, I hope he can join back on because I want to understand a little bit more about what's going on. But the data center thing is an interesting hook, I think, for getting people to start to understand what technocracy is about. People are protesting the data centers, and I don't even think they really even know the half of what they're protesting. Like they're only touching a small part of what's actually going on.
It seems what's been going on. I'm sorry. It sounds like an echo. But everything's gone crypto. Everything has gone crypto since the Genius Act. They passed the Genius Act in July or something like that, and then in August they settled the first. I got to change mics. Is that better?
That's better. I'm also playing around with my settings. I had this issue earlier where I had to mute myself whenever Joby was speaking. But I just adjusted some things, and so maybe hopefully we fixed the echo.
Maybe that's better. Let me turn that one off. Okay, so you got the Genius Act passed. Next month, they settle the first U.S. treasuries on blockchain. DTC's got their own blockchain, and there's 600 institutions on it right now. They just hooked up another, I want to say Stellar, for their multi-block, completing a lot of their multi-blockchain stuff. You settle the treasuries, you hook up 600 through the DTC. The SEC and the CFTC just launched their 68, well, I say just launched, in March, put out the 68-page document. Now you got digital commodities, digital collectibles, digital tools, which are utility tokens, stable coins, and digital securities. And they all got their definitions at the SEC and CFTC. So obviously that happens. Moody's go ahead and gives AAA ratings to some crypto funds, allowing $48 trillion in retirement funds to now trade in crypto. Then you have states already mandating that their state pension pools hold a percentage of cryptocurrencies.
Yep.
Then let's see what helps. You get the DTC team and NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange hook up with Kraken, OKX Exchange, and one of the other exchanges, so that they can move all the securities to tokens. NASDAQ is with I think OKX, and then the owner of the New York Stock Exchange and international brokers praising Hyperlink 5 days ago, saying that these 11 guys are super smart and they're bigger than the NASDAQ. He literally said that at open at the conference. DTCC is now multi-change. Did you hear Hyperliquid launches a pre-SpaceX IPO futures?
Yeah,
So
I did hear about that. Yeah,
pure speculation, but now you can price speculate before your IPO, and anybody in any country can play, except maybe us. Of course, with all the securities moving on to exchanges, that means they've also opened it up to you. Now the entire world can trade U.S. stocks, right? On the blockchain at these exchanges. Stablecoin, BlackRock files last week, 2 weeks ago, it's almost 3 weeks ago now, for 2 funds, crypto funds backed in U.S. treasuries and guarantees on the overnight bank rate. You have to have at least 3 or 5 million to invest in them, but if you have that, then you're compliant with the Genius Act on your stable coin. So Stellar now, well, not now, it's actually 5 months ago, sets up, I got to look up the name of it, but a service. There are all their customers, and they've got 40, thousands of customers, can create their own stable coins, invest, put the money into the BlackRock fund automatically, set up the token on any one of the chains they want to set up, which now there's 16 cryptocurrencies that the SEC has approved for trading also. The big thing, so now we got you got stocks and securities and commodities moving on chain. What do all cryptocurrencies settle in right now? Stable coins, U.S. stable coins for the most part. I mean, you got some Europeans, but pretty much everybody's stable coins. So now you're going to have all the stocks and all the commodities settling in stable coins.
Yep. So
the debt's going to go to 70, 80, 90 trillion dollars because the demand's going to be there. Because it's how can it not be? If you're literally moving, you're not going to be trading against US dollars like you are now. You're going to be trading against stable coins. BlackRock just put they opened up those 2 funds and put like $14 billion in them or something. And then what? Michael Saylor sells 32 Bitcoin and it drops into the 60s.
Well, I mean, again, he said never sell your Bitcoin. I think that Bitcoin dropped more because of Mt. Gox distributing Bitcoin, but nevertheless, look, I actually think Bitcoin, if it drops to below 50, the Clarity Act might not pass because now all of a sudden the sector's out of favor, and now it looks like people would have to risk some political capital to get the Clarity Act passed. But yeah, but things have to settle in stablecoins, but stablecoins have to be backed by treasuries.
Bingo. And where do you get those treasuries? You get them at BlackRock's funds. And you get them through Stellar.
Cantor Fitzgerald.
Yeah, and if JP Morgan is filed too. There's a few other. The DTC is going to settle there's another chain. There's a blockchain settlement company that just got approved by the SEC too. So the DTCC has some competition, although they are kind of tied together. Prion, I have to look it up. Of course, they can now. All your money is going to be tracked and of course be seized down to the penny, because who's going to be holding? Why? How do you How are you going to? Right now, Coinbase, they're a bank now. Why? Because it's this. How else do you trade your coins to cash? How can you get cash? How do you get cash, Aaron? You don't have a bank account. How do you get cash?
Well, I don't get cash. I don't use cash, but I mean, I use ZBEC if I have to use
a credit card, but you can't use cash.
I think I haven't tried it, but I think I might be able to take cash out with the ZBEC card. I haven't tried that in small amounts. I haven't tried it yet, but that would be the way I would go about trying it. And I do have some other crypto debit cards that I haven't been using lately, but I know I can take but a small amount. You can take a couple $100 a day maximum, but there's a monthly maximum on top of that. So you're not taking out large sums of cash in any event.
Yeah, that's the downfall right there, because only way to really do it, sell it, bring it through Coinbase, and bring it into a bank account, because nobody else can give you fiat. It's nice, gold and silver. Walk into a silver coin dealer, plop down 10, 20, 30 coins of silver, a couple of gold pieces. They give you cash. You walk out, and then nobody's the wiser. There is something very good to say about that.
Well, I wish I could have pulled this off. I was talking about this a couple of years ago, and I'm not sure what the current status is, but there were gold-back ATMs, and the idea was they built it to be able to do this, but then because of money transmitter laws, they ended up shutting it down. But imagine you take your Zano or Freedom Dollar to a gold-back ATM and pull goldbacks out. To me, that is a kind of solution that bridges digital and physical, but that does not involve fiat. I really like that concept, and something like that would be really compelling, and it would address a lot. In fact, I got a lot to do. I should probably call those guys and see what the status of that is. But what you just described, this is the inversion of what everyone was trying to do here. And I think that on the securities front, I think it's the biggest story about the hijacking of Bitcoin, and it has not been told. And when I had Stephen Nerioff on, I think Patrick Burns, Stephen Nerioff, and Chris Horlacher from Equibit, I think getting the three of them maybe on a round table or whatever, or just having a conversation with them to compare notes, because the pivot point for all of this, by the way, which I think is also the same timing of what happened with Joby, is 2019. 2019 was actually the year where major government action was taken. And man, they were successful. Think about how successful, based on what you just described about what's going on with BlackRock and DTCC and everything else. When you start out with the idea that, Ravencoin and T0 and Equibit were all about disintermediating DTCC and allowing people to own their own securities and to trade them without third parties, and then you go through what you just described as the current configuration, it's the absolute inversion.
100%.
And again, it's complicated, right? Because even as you described this, it's like, okay, now you look like the guy with the all the pins and everything and the web on the wall, trying to put all these different pieces together, figuring out a way to tell that story, and tell it soon, because there are a lot of people that are just like, well, I'm not in crypto, and they're not realizing that you don't have to be. You don't have custody. Yeah, you're already in it. You don't even know it. You don't know what the rails are. I mean, the bulk of people's assets are in these retirement funds, and they have no idea how they work technically. And so we're at that, we're at the really, really late stage of this. And so this is why I popped up here. So this Ditch the Dollar site. So I officially launched this at the LP convention, but the idea here is to give people explicit steps that you can go through. And the first one is kind of sign a pledge or whatever, claim your name that you're on board with the idea, which I think is important to get people's buy-in to doing this, to just take the step. By the way, it's hard. I'm at this libertarian convention, and and at the end I give this speech. I say, look, and the Fed has failed. Right. And then when I describe, what happened to Massey and everything else, of course, it's a libertarian crowd. And I'm like, well, the idea that we're going to end the Fed through the Republican Party is dead. And they cheer that. And then at the end of my talk, I'm pushing Ditch the Dollar, and they chant end the Fed again. And then so I had to jump back in, and I had to start chanting Ditch the Dollar. And by the end, by my fourth talk, people are actually now starting to say Ditch the Dollar. I want to replace end the Fed with Ditch the Dollar. That then points people to this site. And what's important about this site is that this gives the actual steps of what to do, how you actually ditch the dollar, right? So this is it. This is step by step. I'm showing you kind of on Freedom Forge. This is what you do. Here's how you install the wallet. Here are the screenshots. Each screenshot, because I understand, for people that don't have crypto, if you don't have the exact same screenshot, right? I mean, if they change the design or whatever, or if every step isn't exactly the same as they're seeing, they're kind of frightened by it. So I have all kinds of these guides now as a way to show people how to get crypto, how to spend crypto, how to get ZBAC, how to take crypto for your business. But every podcast, I'm going to launch something like that, and it's all going to tie back to, and I'm going to rebrand this, but kind of. I have Own Nothing, but I think I'm going to actually put this under the Daylight Freedom banner. But it's this idea of, all right, well, here are 9 areas of your life, and you can audit them and see where you are with respect to sovereignty. So where are you with, health? Where are you with money? Where are you with, your mind, and so forth? And money, mind, attention, food, health, ownership, contracts, government, schools. And then give people tools and action steps that they can do to improve their individual sovereignty. I want this needs it. So over the summer, I'm spending my time now kind of applying the AI stuff to marketing. We have to move towards marketing. And I also think, I've been doing a lot of these events and everything. I think we've gotten about as much out of the libertarian community as we can get. It's time to find the other people are out there. I mean, when I Brownstone events and everything else, there are other groups, but I mean, it's the quote liberty movement is not the end all be all of where this is. I'm not discounting the liberty movement, but I'm saying there's a lot of people that are not interested in taking direct action themselves. There's still a lot of belief in voting, or even voting in a third party to actually get these changes. Like I asked people, so tell me, when I ran for president, I was debating Chase Oliver and Mike Tiermat and I think Dan Berman or whatever, but he and I kind of agreed. But these guys were running as libertarians, and my whole thing was, bank run now. I mean, like my pitch to end the Fed was take all your money out of the bank, convert it to some other alternative. And they're like, oh, that's too extreme. And they would actually say, well, we're going to end the Fed. If I were president, this is how we'd end the Fed. And then I would walk through with them what the actual power they would have as president with respect to actually ending the Fed, how the Fed actually works. And by the end, they would admit, well, yeah, I couldn't actually do this. But the thing you're talking about is too extreme. So I mean, we have people that are running for office that everything's like a bumper sticker, but with no actionable steps behind it. There isn't a political way. You're not going to get Congress.
You can't vote your way out of tyranny.
Yeah, you can't. It's not even it's a stupid thing to try. And we thought we could do it. We thought, I think Ron Paul was great. Ron Paul awakened a lot of people, but that's where you have to admit that the strategy has failed. So keep the spirit of an intent of the idea, but then, we got to retool at some point. It's after 17 years when the thing has done the exact opposite of what you were looking for, and you've actually made less progress every year. Maybe you have to say, hey, maybe this strategy is not going to work, instead of doubling down on the same strategy. And so there are new people to find.
Well, that's the whole Libertarian Party that I know. I mean, I first was introduced in the mid to late 80s when I was getting paid. I was in college and getting paid 50 cents to get signatures to get Ron Paul on the Republican ballot. Or it might have been a Libertarian ballot. Yeah, it was a Libertarian ballot back in, I think it was 87. So that was my first introduction to Libertarian, is when he ran.
Yep.
And totally 100% from there, when anything political, I was a Libertarian. But good God, no, I couldn't vote for the first year. I couldn't. This was the first presidential election that I voted for one of the two parties at a federal race. This was the first. I can honestly say Trump was the first federal election I voted for either a Republican or a Democrat. I've never done that on the federal level in my life, in my voting life. Yep. But okay, a couple things. One, you got all these steps. Did you know, like at Ampex, you can buy gold and silver coins with crypto, right? I'm looking at it right now.
Okay,
you can go buy, and I've used this company to buy gold and silver before, not with crypto. I mean, they take Bitcoin, BCH, ETH, they actually take Doge, WBTC, LTC, SHIB. They take SHIB Inu, ApeCoin, Polygon, all this, about 7 or 8, 9 stable coins. You can buy silver. You can take silver right now, coins down to any coin and silver dealer. They'll give you cash for them.
Yep.
And then so one there's a way. I think crypto is awesome, but everybody needs some gold, some silver, and some gold if you can do it.
Well, that's actually one of the things that's on the list. So if you actually look at ditchthedollar.com, step number 7 is hold hard money outside of crypto too.
There you go. Yeah.
And
not just dollars too. You're right. Oh, it's got to be. You're right. Gold backs are great, but
yeah. So in this case, I actually link to Alpine Gold, and I link to, because I do have this. I realized I have a bunch of stuff on there that I haven't used. I have a crypto card backed by gold and silver, and so that is an option, and I just haven't used it as much, but certainly can. So I am promoting that as well. And again, I think that if we can get a hybrid, but the thing that we have to do is it's kind of like, I mean, now I'm like, okay, even for this campaign, I'm like, I'm not going to set up a bank account. I'm only going to take crypto. All of the stuff, if you go to daylightfreedom.org, which is a nonprofit, you can contribute to it. We only take.
You can send you stable coins. That's easy. You take stable coin, right?
I don't take Tether. I will take USDC. I refuse to take Tether. I don't want to have anything to do with Tether. I just, if one of my campaign pledges is we need to fire Howard Lutnick.
Okay, I got you.
I feel like I can't take Tether, but I'll take USDC. And again, everything that I take, I convert to Freedom Dollar.
Right.
For all of these.
Where do you do that?
Where do I
convert it to Freedom Dollar?
I use either Exelix or. And I will say this. So I've been using, when we do these workshops, I've used Cake Wallet, I've used Edge Wallet, and then the native Zano wallet. Mm-hmm. And what I have found doing some testing with new people that aren't familiar with crypto The best solution we have right now is Bitcoin.com. And the irony of it is the name. It's kind of like, oh yeah, well, Bitcoin is, hijacked, but get your Bitcoin.com wallet. But the thing is, the Bitcoin.com wallet is integrated Zano and Freedom Dollar. And so you can actually go in and buy crypto. Obviously it's KYC, but nevertheless, people have to start somewhere. You can buy crypto, and it has one of the easier processes. I mean, some of these debit card or credit card buy crypto things are as bad as setting up an actual exchange account. This is one where you can actually buy some crypto pretty quickly in like 15 minutes, right? From nothing. And then you have that in your wallet, and then you can swap out in that wallet. So you can swap out in your Bitcoin wallet. So for instance, the Bitcoin.com wallet it has some cryptos. It doesn't have a massive assortment. So I have some things, like if I'm taking Zcash or Monero, I'm doing that in my Cake wallet, and then I'm using Xlix to convert to Freedom Dollar. But for some of these other cryptos where I'm using the Bitcoin.com wallet, I'll just swap right within the Bitcoin.com wallet.
Are you having any problem with volume? Because my Zano ecosystem, and I've pretty much only tried to swap using the Zano wallet. I got some Bandit, and they've got their little exchange going, but there's not enough volume or any volume in a lot of these.
Well, I haven't played with Bandit at all, but I've had no problem with volume through Xlix. I've been able to do large transactions, large enough transactions, like $7,000, $8,000, $10,000. I mean, it's not. I mean, I haven't done like a 6-figure transaction, but I've been able to do everything that I need to do.
Now, can you set up a Bitcoin.com wallet anonymously and not? Do you have to only KYC if you're buying currency?
Yeah, you only have to KYC if you're buying currency. It's a self-custody wallet, so it's really the buying that is the issue for KYC. And of course, you can set up multiple wallets if you wanted to as well.
Yeah,
so
you can move it to Freedom Dollar, move your Freedom Dollar to the other wallet, change it back to Bitcoin, and you have your Bitcoin anonymous. Is that correct? Would that be a fair statement?
Well, you can convert to BTCX. So they've actually integrated confidential layer within the wallet, so that you
and then you unwrap it to a different address if you need to.
If you need to, yeah. So right now, it's the next piece of this, and if this happens, I don't know if they're doing it or not, but I hope they are. I heard a rumor they might be. Is they've got a Web3 component to the Bitcoin.com wallet where they could do the integration to ZBEC, so you don't even have to use the Zano wallet. If that were the case, and by the way, they actually just launched yesterday, I haven't used them yet, merchant tools through Bitcoin.com. So this is a solution. What I like about this is the ability, because man, I'll tell you, when I do these workshops and they're boomers or people that have never used crypto before, and you've got to get them onboarded with 2 different wallets, that process itself is a kind of a nightmare. I mean, it really is cumbersome.
100%.
Painful. So the idea that with Bitcoin.com, they could download one wallet, buy crypto, convert it to something else, connect it to ZBEC, and have merchant tools, that is actually a kind of a game changer. Now, the other thing that we're doing, I didn't announce this yet, but next week on the podcast, we're finally launching this Daylight Freedom phone, de-Googled phone.
Nice.
And this again is what's helpful about this. I'll even pull this up now. So I'm looking at things now. I'm kind of framing this as these 9 areas of improving your sovereignty, and this phone actually hits on a whole bunch of these because it's solving some of your privacy issues, ownership of your data issues. It comes pre-installed with all of our apps on it,
Okay.
all of our websites, a VPN, the Bitcoin.com wallet is installed, the Zano wallet is installed. And so
what's the messenger? And I ask that for a specific reason.
Well,
Samsung Messenger is going away.
this is not a Samsung phone. This is a Pixel.
No, I'm saying the app.
Oh,
And that's millions upon millions of people. And it gives, what is the date? It's like the 26th or 6th of on July 6th, Samsung Messenger will be discontinued. And they're suggesting you go to Google. It's a massive opportunity for a messaging app to gain users. So that's why I'm asking specifically.
So Above Phone has some stuff that they put on there, and then I put obviously Signal on there. But now that you bring it up, I should probably look at Matrix.
Yeah, really, because like Element and stuff, because Matrix has bridges to like Signal and WhatsApp and something and things like that. I just learned about Matrix like yesterday, day before, something like that.
Yeah, I'm embarrassed because Matrix actually, you can use Matrix. You can actually log in using the Zeno wallet.
Oh.
And I haven't done it yet. And it's one of those things where it's on my list, and then people keep, and I just haven't done it yet. I think part of the reason is it is this constant issue of you've got to have your feet on both sides of it, right? It's kind of like, well, why aren't you just using Nostr, which there's a reason I'm not using Nostr, but why aren't you just using these tools? Well, if you're trying to onboard people, you can't onboard people when your entire universe are people that are already onboarded.
Right.
So you've got to bridge people into this. And so it's kind of, and I'm already struggling with, I find Telegram hard to stay on top of, I primarily use Signal. I mean, if somebody wants to get a hold of me, if you call me on the phone, I'm probably not going to answer. Like unless I know it's you. And if I already know it's you, you're not calling me on my phone. Mm-hmm. Like the actual phone itself is just trash. It's junk mail, political calls, scams. But that's a good point. I know they have Jitsi on there. There's a whole bunch of different tools. So next week, we're going to go through. I'm going to have Hakeem Anwar, who's the guy who's behind the Above Phone. He's going to come on, and we're going to show how all of the stuff works. But when I look at from a sovereignty perspective, all of the different things that it checks off all at once, and I consider how much goes into doing these workshops just to onboard people to a wallet, this is going to save a lot of time. And it's weird. The older people have money, so they don't care. To get a boomer that's interested in these things to say, oh, I'm going to pay $6.99 to $12.99 for a phone. That's actually not a huge issue. In particular, when people sign up, you get 45 minutes of you can actually call and talk to a person as well to help walk through the setup. So I'm excited about this as a tool that people can use to start getting away from big tech, but then it also onboards our ecosystem as well, and has all of the Daylight 7 sites and everything else. But moving forward, though, I'm going to be focusing on solutions and and every podcast having an action item, because nobody's doing anything. I mean, I go around and look at this. I'm not trying to rag on this Libertarian Party thing, but I got to tell you, it was I don't know if you heard any of the drama around it.
No.
I mean, it was an absolute shit show. I mean, basically, you had Jeremy Kauffman, who came from New Hampshire and who ran for chair on the platform of he's going to shut down the Libertarian Party because it's useless, and everyone should move to New Hampshire. But then he's kind of like, it was kind of a weird thing, and he ended up getting ejected, and then somebody stole some flyers from the New Hampshire group, and then some guy slapped a woman and got arrested by the cops. I mean, it was like that kind of stuff. But
so last Thursday, it wasn't last Thursday. I guess it was 2 Thursdays ago. You were speaking at the conference about the prisoners, the crypto prisoners. Was that part of the 3-day Libertarian conference?
Yeah, so the conference, this was an event that was going on in the same building, but it wasn't officially part of the Libertarian Party. This was the Enemies of the State group put that on. And by the way, I said this at the beginning, it's an amazing group of people that put that thing on and worked on it for months. And I will tell you, in classic Libertarian fashion, well, first of all, the last time we did this was in DC, and it was expensive, right? Because it was DC. So we were sold on the idea that, well, hey, we got a good deal. We're doing it in Grand Rapids, Michigan. It's going to be cheaper. Well, then it turns out to be one of these things where it's like you have to use union labor for all of the AV, and so the costs on it, so that it became a really expensive event. I'm looking at this, I'm like, holy shit. Now then, to make matters worse, right? You're paying these people by the hour. So let's say you block this thing off, and we were going to have the party from 8 to 11:30. Well, Justin Amash decided he was going to have an event, and they mismanaged the entire convention. So the convention ran late. So then Justin Amash had an event, and that went an hour into our time. Yeah. Right. And so anyway, the team pulled it off, and like the visuals were great. And from my perspective, the most important thing about the event was that we live streamed it and that we captured really high quality audio and video. Yeah. And that was absolutely a success. I mean, we had Lynn Albrecht, we had all these different prisoners speaking and everything else. So you'll be seeing content, and the talks and everything from that event will be dripped out over the next month or so. And I believe that event will do more in terms of reaching more people about these political prisoners than anything that's happening. Good night. We got somebody saying good night. Good night. Thank you for hopping on. I guess we're good 3.5 hours in.
I was going to say, you guys, I watched your speech and a couple of the others. I can watch the whole thing, but you got to hammer those shorts. There's tons of places that, good information that can be cut out in 15, 30, a minute long about all these guys, and start putting that stuff out there, because that goes right along with all these first day auditors. I get inundated with, Audit the Audit and Long Island Audit and, Blackluster. And it's great. I like the stuff, they're bringing police accountability. And these are some of the most egregious oversteps of the federal government that happen, and people keep turning to the federal government. These local police agencies are causing all these problems, and they sue in federal court and get restitution. Well, where the hell do you go if it's the federal court?
Yep, exactly. Well, and that's what over the last month, and I kind of even leading into this thing on Joby Weeks, I've really come to the conclusion that I've been spending my time analyzing the legal documents. I'm saying, okay, I now have a picture. I've connected enough dots. I've seen enough patterns. Now it's about explaining to people what the actual playbook is for the DOJ. This is their standard technique. They're going to raid you at 6 o'clock in the morning with 30, armed people from this is multiple. This is what they always do. This is the playbook. They are going to play all of these games with discovery, and then you learn things like to go through a full case in the Southern District of New York costs $13 million. So then you start going through this and you realize, okay, so they'll intentionally lose discovery. They have a whole bunch of tactics that they use to run up the legal bills. They win 97% of the time, and it has nothing to do with the guilt or innocence of the other person. They will swap judges at the last minute. They will do all kinds of things in terms of what they can do with the rules of the court to suppress things from coming in. They'll just outright reject motions without even consideration. It is mind-boggling. And now the problem is, and I said this during the Joby thing, is, we didn't get into a lot of the legal doctrine and everything else, because every time you do that, people's eyes glaze over. But I'm at the point now where it's like, okay, let's group together. These 5 cases had this thing happen, and let's explain that, and then show that. I mean, and then show, if we have it, let's show the videos and the footage of the raid. Let's show compilation stuff like this, because I think the part that has been the most difficult so far, when it was just Ross and just Ian, then this is part of the other tactic. So you hire a lawyer, and the first thing the lawyer tells you to do is don't talk to anybody, don't talk to the press, right? It can be used against you. Well, what is the first thing the government does? The first thing the government does is they come out and do a press conference, and they do a press release, and they basically slander people. Like in the case of Joby Weeks, it's like you read the headline, it's like $722 million Ponzi scheme. Holy shit, this is awful, right? And then Joby doesn't speak on the advice of counsel for 5 years, so you don't hear the other story. Well, I mean, if I see a $722 million Ponzi scheme, I've got to assume, man, there must be a lot of victims. And then you dig into this and you find out there aren't any victims.
Right.
But the only thing that anybody knows, and when you Google it, because no one on the defense has actually said anything, then everything that shows up as a Google hit is a press release or coverage by the mainstream media about the press release by the DOJ, which absolutely taints the entire situation. And I'm not going to give people legal advice, but I think at this point, being quiet. Well, you know what? Maybe this is why, I guess I do what I do, and why Enemies of the State exists, and why Lynn Ulbricht has her Mothers Against Cruel Sentencing. I guess other people need to step up and speak on behalf of these people early in the process, because that obviously you know how it works, like with search engines. I mean, if the DOJ has put out 5 press releases, over an extended period of time, and the defense has decided to say nothing and not comment on the case, then anytime anybody looks something up, it's even going to taint the AI results.
Yeah.
And you're going to get information that is just not accurate, but because on the advice of counsel, the other person doesn't speak. So now nobody knows about the process. Nobody knows what the tactics are from the DOJ, and no one's heard the other side. So what happens is, when you then look at these individual cases, they do a great job of taking, Ian Freeman said this one time, after being on the air for 20 years. So let's find the worst thing that we could possibly find that he would say, and then let's pin that on him, because we know he's not going to be able to defend himself. And then these cases then become not about the process of the DOJ, but the warped mischaracterization of the people. And so now it's like, unfortunately, we have enough of these cases that we can put the pattern together and say, guys, this is how justice works. Justice is not what you were taught in civics. This is what happens. Like, I'm even tracing it. I was talking to Lauren Rodriguez, and she was talking about, the prosecutor on the case and the way that the prosecutor behaved. And I think he was involved maybe in a couple of the cases, maybe Rome Storm or one of the other. He was involved in multiple of these cases, or Sam Bankman-Fried, actually. It was Sam Bankman-Fried.
Yeah.
Like, what's this guy up to now? Because I guess he resigned as part of the process. Well, he's now the chair of the litigation practice for some expensive law firm where he's on the defense side now, making $1,500 an hour, which is also the standard process. It's the same thing that happened in the Roman Sterlingoff case. People don't know this. We know this, but I mean, the general public doesn't know this. And this is why it's so difficult to get any headway on this. But then, of course, you're right with the clips. I mean, having these people's spouses speak, or if they can speak for themselves, is always the best thing. I mean, we got Roman Sterlingoff he called me from prison, and I recorded a short speech that he gave. Roman Storm put together a short video. Ray Youssef put together a short video. I mean, obviously getting these guys, speaking in their own words is the best. Getting a loved one is the second best. Getting a lawyer is the third best, and maybe even tied with a lawyer is then, people like us and, having Lynn Ulbricht and others speak. But I mean, man, this is a crisis. Like, I'm getting worn down by this. Like, I did the Joby thing today. I'm like, holy shit. I thought it was bad when it was just Ian and Roger. And now it is really not
a dozen.
It's a dozen, and the cases get more absurd. And then when you get to know the people, I mean, these are people you would want to hang around.
Right. They're upstanding people you'd take your kids to.
You would absolutely hang out with these people. They're either have young families or they want to start young families. I mean, it's outrageous. And, but it's also very challenging to tell the story. So,
I can say it, get the word out there, get it, be loud, get it, to put it on shorts, get it trending, get it viral, get it everywhere, because I can see time after time, I can show you, at least on the local levels, that the only people that get justice are the ones that got 100,000 views or more, and they got 10 people, 50, because what happens, people start calling, and they, if these stories were coming out so-and-so the way, and that's why I say, like the speeches you guys were making, make shorts of those and get those out there, because those fit right in line with all the what the auditors are doing on local stuff. And it's egregious.
And that is what we're going to be doing over the next month, because of course you can't blast it all out at once, so you should only do like one day, all that other stuff. So it's going to be over the next month, and that was the purpose. That was, from my perspective, the main thing about the event. I mean, honestly, the people that actually showed up in person, I mean, it's kind of like, all right, these are the same people we see all the time. They're already aware of the cases. It was the fact that we had the victims and their I got to figure out the right way. Yeah, are they enemies? People, we debate about this. So some people, well, advocates, but the actual defendants themselves. Like, there's some people that didn't like the idea that it was called enemies of the state, and I'm kind of like I went to bat for the idea that they were. It's somebody has to tell the truth. Like there's some point where it's like everybody wants to be nice, and then there's another part of this. It's like at some point somebody has to fucking tell the truth, like just the unabashed truth. You have to explain what's happening here, and it's a tightrope. I mean, obviously, it shouldn't be the actual defendants themselves going out and trash talking, but man, once you see the pattern, man, if you thought voting was bad, I think the courts are even worse than the political system.
Yeah, I can agree that, because that's the only place you can get justice. But I will say there was something that happened or came out today, and it's of course cultural, that may bring more attention, may wind up biting Trump in the ass more than anything else. You know who Sean Strickland is?
Sean Strickland
is an MMA fighter for the UFC. Okay. And he's a trash talking, don't give a crap, down country trailer park American. He just won the 185-pound belt against a Dagestani Muslim, last week, 2 weeks ago. He's America's fighter right now. He's said lots of bad things about Israel, and he's criticized Trump's bombing of Iran. They pulled his UFC tickets at the White House today.
Oh my God.
And it's blowing up.
Yep.
And there's going to be a lot of beer drinking getter-dones that are going to look at that and say, okay, what's my Trump doing now? I mean, they can't do that for that right there. I think is going to gain more attention and turn more people against the current administration than anything else we've had lately. For the MAGA, for his base, should I say?
Yeah, I hope you're right. And and obviously he's lost a big piece of his base. Like even my race here, I will tell you that what happened to Massey was the biggest boost to my efforts here. Hands down, because they're free staters that were like, they may have even voted for me in 2016, but now they're all, they've sold themselves on the idea that the Republican Party is the way to go and all this other stuff. And then at some point now some of these guys are like, wait a minute, we all signed up for this liberty thing within the Republican Party, and you took out the best guy, hands down, the single best congressman we have, and you did it with $30 million from Miriam Adelson and AIPAC. Are you kidding me? Like literally, what are you holding on to? There's no liberty in the Republican Party. That's pissed off a lot. I could run just on that and get enough votes. Absolutely. And I think that's exactly, this is like a 1-2 punch. We lost Massey, crazy. And then boom, they're literally, I mean, Sean's all over social media saying, I'm not Israeli enough. Please, forgive me. I was wrong. He even called it the fight event, the Israeli UFC event. You know what? I'm gonna reach out to Jake Shields, and
Jake's been promoting it all over the place. That's who I saw it on today. You know Jake?
Yeah, I've been on a show. He's actually, I don't know if I'd call it an endorsement. I think he's actually said support this guy.
That would be great. I mean, Drake's a great fighter, but I thought his political views in the past have been quite bedwetting.
Well, he was a Trump guy, and then he's pissed.
Well, then he switched because he was.
He switched.
Because when I knew he was a Democrat.
He may have been a Democrat, but then he went Trump. And now he is just absolutely beyond pissed. And so, no, he's definitely not a Democrat. He's a Dan Blazarian. Like he is, he's just, he's definitely not a Democrat. I'll reach out.
Yeah, well, then today, that's funny because today, I never see Jake Shields stuff, but today I saw one thing from him about the Sean Strickland stuff came up in shorts. And then a few hours ago, one where it was a English version of Hitler speaking about the Jews. And I listening, and he didn't say a thing during the whole thing. It's just him on his podcast and or his short, and that kind of threw me way off, because yes, I believe what Israel is doing is evil. I'm not willing to support Nazism, and I was like, okay, wait here. So check that out. I'd like to know what he meant by that.
I just sent him. I just sent Jake a note, and I will get. This is the funny thing about this. On podcast day, I'm usually completely involved in getting the podcast and everything together. So whatever goes on as far as news, I have no idea the day of my podcast what's going on. I mean, for all I know, we could have the Iran conflict could be over or whatever. It's going to take me until tomorrow to get caught back up.
Well, no, oil's not below 70, and silver and gold haven't shot up. So that's how I tell how Iran's going.
Yeah, me too. I at some point, like whatever it was, 6 weeks ago or a month ago, it's all blurry now. But all my feed was Iran, and it was propaganda on both sides. It was all fake. It was all. But, and then there was this point where, are we going to drop nukes? And there was that point coming out of the weekend where Trump made that threat where, we're going to bomb your infrastructure or whatever. And then, I know a lot of people are on pins and needles thinking that, we were at the beginning of World War III. And then all of a sudden that flopped. None of that happened. It was this continual ceasefire. Oh, it's solved. And then it's not solved. And then, it was the common, on Friday we're going into war, and then by Monday morning there's a peace deal so that somebody can, so that Howard Lutnick can make some money on investments. But in the reality, nothing has changed anywhere, right? And so now for me, it's all about gas prices. I don't even have to look at anything. I just have to look at the gas prices to know what's going on.
Right. Well, I'm starting to lean to the thing that I think maybe that the whole Iran stuff, besides being tied to Israel, might be, especially in the news, to keep the eyes of what's going on here in the SEC and the DTCC. I mean, we just basically had a new Bretton Woods last month.
Yep. Yes, we did. And people do not know. No,
there's nobody saying anything.
No.
It's not in Wall Street Journal. It's not in the Financial Times.
Nope.
It's, you see a little article here. Oh, they signed up Stellar. Nobody said now the world can trade. It happens. This starts in July. We get securities trading in crypto exchanges in July.
Yep.
It's mind blowing. And they're all going to settle in stable coins backed by U.S. Treasuries.
It is. It's
BlackRock.
It's mind blowing. And by the way, trying to figure out a way to explain this so that the average person can understand it is hard, and I'm working on it in a variety of different ways. It's not going to be a 7,000 word article or whatever, but the problem is, again, you've got to explain basic concepts. People, in order to understand how bad it is, you have to understand how bad multiple layers and systems work. But yeah, you're right. This is happening right in front of our eyes. And by the way, every time these accounts were like, oh, Clarity Act's about to pass or whatever, and I see one of these things that's got 2,000 likes. Every time now I write in the comments, I'm like, this is the largest surveillance bill, blah, blah, blah. I do my little canned response, and then I say, no one will refute this. All of this traffic is fake. And not a single person has ever refuted it. It never has the poster that has been pushing or cheerleading the Clarity Act commented. Like it's all fake. I couldn't get into an argument. I couldn't find somebody to defend the Clarity Act. Like even if I wanted to, I've tried to pick arguments. I've tried to lay out facts. I mean, hey, if I'm wrong on this surveillance aspect of this, which of course it's not, it's all of this stuff is in the bills. You can look at the bills. How are people for this? I mean, just on the 5-year real-time tracking and sharing of the information with foreign central banks alone, that should be disqualifying. And that's not the only bad part of it. It's like, so, and I get to the point where I guess we're back to this hopium. People have no hope. Like the best thing that you've got is I'm going to sit on my ass, not do anything, and hope Bitcoin is going to go up based on politicians talking about bills that they haven't read, and listening to propaganda. And that's how desperate people are at this point. I mentioned this earlier. I had to put air in my tire. It was $3.
I saw that. Yeah, I heard you saying that. I was listening.
I mean, what the hell? I mean, and this was in New Hampshire. I wasn't like going to, I wasn't in New York. This wasn't a high-end gas station. This was just like a normal, like whatever, run-of-the-mill gas station. And it's gotten to the point where, yeah, I mean, they have the quarter thing, but no one uses it anymore because, it's $3. So now everybody's using their debit card, but $3 for air. Wow.
Well, it sounds like a great opportunity for somebody to put together little cheap air compressors and charge $1.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what I saw. Well, wait, I could go around here and put these around here and make a hell of a lot more money.
or a freedom dollar.
Yeah, exactly. Or a freedom dollar. Exactly.
Listen, I am big on. The other thing is just being at this libertarian convention. There were a couple tables there. The Zano guys came out, and I've got some of these banners that I take with me to these things, and I've got the Freedom Dollar banner, and it's just like, if there's one place in the world where an audience should look at, I mean, the ticker symbol's FUSD, right? How can you not like this? And by the way, there's now $10 million kind of backing the $10 million of Freedom Dollar in circulation. But I mean, this thing should be much bigger than this. This should be huge. Like I'm going to go. So anyway, I'm excited about the bitcoin.com. I'm going to actively push this ditch the dollar thing and do a campaign. And we're up to like 86 people have signed. I mean, I gave one talk and then I did this podcast. So 86 people have signed the pledge, but this is the kind of movement. And by the way, similar movement on the healthcare side, form a medical trust and cancel your insurance or whatever. But
yeah, have you seen the latest stuff Uncle Jack's been talking about? Really good stuff.
Jack Cruz?
Yeah.
Well, he blocked me, and I
got to give him. I wish I had a way to give him shit about that.
He used to respond to me, and then we actually had some interchanges, and then all of a sudden I bring up the Epstein thing. It's like, oh no, we can't have this. I don't know what his latest thing is, but I will tell you this: whatever his latest thing is, I bet it's 80% true and 20% you can't figure it out.
Well, yes and no. He's saying Bitcoin is infected. On the Bitcoin side, the ledger's been affected, and he's basically, we all know that's the Epstein MIT stuff. So he's not a maxi anymore as far as that goes.
Are you serious?
Yeah, absolutely. I watched an hour-long thing. He went into it for like 30, 40 minutes, went into great detail and equated it much to the way, you're putting, even had metaphorical to the human body and the way it was infected and the way people purposely did this. He first time I've ever heard him not be a Bitcoin maxi.
I mean, he called me a retard for this exact, and I'm sure whatever he's saying now is probably derivative of what I was saying.
Yeah. It 100% is. It 100%. But you should listen to it because he has his own unique insight on that. But he's really been getting into, or been talking a lot more about the magnetism and the magnetic field on the Earth and how that affects our health and the direct correlation to oxygen intake with magnetic fields and stuff. And it makes a lot of sense, of course, when it comes to health. He is pretty right on, as far as I'm concerned. I'm wearing the same glasses you are. So
Yeah, he's good on some stuff. Yeah, well, I'll check it out. I mean, if he's changing, look, there are a lot of people. There's a lot of stuff going on in Bitcoin. I mean, there are other kind of early devs or whatever. There are other projects, other forks. A lot of people are not happy about the current state of this. I even think Simon Dixon, I look at his stuff, and he was giving me a bunch of shit as well. And now all of a sudden he's like, well, it's been captured by these guys. And I'm like, people are, I think, they're trying to find a way to exit, right? They've held this firm position on it. And then at some point it's like, you got to look at this and just say, guys, like, I don't know what your line in the sand is, but, you
watch that or follow that guy, Alex E. Lorenzo or something?
Alex E.
Lorenzo. He's on Twitter, but I popped up on my feed 2 or 3 weeks ago. Lots of good info. One thing he said today was a lot of institutions are looking at Bitcoin and looking at Ethereum, and in order to make money in Bitcoin, you got to sell it. You got to sell your stake. Whereas Ethereum, you can buy Ethereum, sit on it, earn 3%, and use that as your working capital if you're a large institution and you hold enough. That's kind of the problem what Mike Saylor has over at is it MicroStrategies or whatever?
It's just strategy now.
No, is it? He changed it. Whatever.
Yeah.
But that's he can't pay bills unless he sells Bitcoin, right? If all his holdings are in Bitcoin. So it really makes institutional sense to hold Ethereum rather than Bitcoin, which now Ethereum doesn't have as much of an Epstein stigma, although there is a connection there. I've understood.
Oh, Ethereum's got its own. I mean, you can go back to my episode 4 with Steven Nerioff. Ethereum's got a whole bag of problems, and look, they've and then they've even recently come out and said, yeah, maybe we were wrong about having layer 2 solutions. I mean, I think Ethereum's got trouble again. Look, just from the standpoint of reading the room, if you look at what's going on, you're going to need privacy, and proof of work is maybe not all it's cracked up to be. This is why, if you look at the positioning of Zano with the 2 forks that are happening this year and the move to proof of stake, I think people are going to be you're going to see a lot of increased demand on this out of necessity. I just look at the positioning of Freedom Dollar and everything else. I mean, obviously people want stable coins, but I mean, the amount of...
Oh, I think it's going to be huge for Zano, especially with everything going on. I think everybody moving into if stocks, securities, commodities are now moved to crypto, I think Zano is going to have as much or more of a benefit from it on average than most of the cryptocurrencies out there because of it, because of the freedom portion. And I'm sorry, Monero is a pain in the ass to use because there's no wallets to use it.
Yeah, I mean, Monero. There's Cake and there's Edge Wallet, and but there still is this kind of dividing line. Like, it has to be easy to use. This is why I've become interested in the Bitcoin.com wallet recently, because a lot of the integrations they've done. But I mean, that wallet's been around for over 10 years, and the whole point of it was from the beginning to help get new people originally involved with Bitcoin, and then they've evolved it, and they've actually focused on user experience. And so this is, again, I like all of the wallets, so I use and I I want to speak highly of all of them, but the real growth area here is new people getting into crypto. And I agree with you. The Monero is slow and waiting for the wallet to sync and everything else. That can be a little bit frustrating from time to time. But I like Monero. And
okay, here's one for you. What was it? Samurai Sushi Wallet. With Samurai Wallet guys got prosecuted, and even though they didn't even use it. Why can't we just use some of these unlocked AIs to, hey, build me a mixing wallet and mix my Bitcoin? I wanted to try out Anthropic, what is it? Claude. Free account. Took me like 14, 15 sessions, but I had it first build me out a planning doc, but I had to build a wallet that did Bitcoin, Solana, Ethereum, Ravencoin, Xano. I don't know if it had Ravencoin. It may not have Ravencoin. Xano, and all asset functions with swapping between coins functions. And it took 14 or 15 sections. Well, probably longer than that, probably because it was over like a week and a half. You're going to have to wait. But it built one. Now I have to run a few nodes to make them all work right.
Yep.
But, pretty soon, even though as crappy as, and they are, I'm sorry, all of them, in Claude, even the new Claude, which is so much better than the old Claude, they write crap. You cannot do high level complicated coding without knowing coding.
You do have to have some knowledge of coding. Yes, that is true. But it is getting. But I will tell you, it's getting better, and it's getting better at a pretty fast rate. And depending on how you structure your environment and how you set up skills and how you configure things, you can get to the point where with each successive upgrade in the model, you can actually use the kind of the knowledge that you've been building to ramp up. So I've had projects where it's like, all right, I got stuck here, and then I'll stop on that piece of functionality and wait for the upgrade of the model and not bang my head out over. And because I could have spent 100 hours trying to kind of figure out how to do it directly, which by the time I would have put that time in, the new model is released. I've learned that. I've learned that lesson. I've gotten to the point where I realized, all right, I'm gonna push this to where it is, because at this point, some of the stuff that I'm doing, I just got another NVIDIA DGX Spark, so I've got a couple of those and some other things, because I'm running some agents and some self-learning agents through Hermes to do certain applications, and it's just like, okay, I get to the point where I realize, all right, I'm at the peak of what you can do with this. And
now, do you use Gastown or Beads?
No.
Are you familiar with those?
I'm not.
Gastown is an augmenter. Beads it works with it too. Beads is history for Claude. Gastown and Beads only work with Claude as far as I know, but they're all open source. And it's Gastown. So you're like the mayor, and you set up different agents to different sections of your task, and allows them to pass and cross communicate and do multiple tasks. And apparently, I have not used it, but Steve Yagi literally wrote the book Vibe Coding. Is the guy who put it out there. But if you look up Gastown, Steve Yagi with a Y, Y-E-G-G-E, I want to say. You'll see it, but that might improve. That could be an improvement for you in using multiple AIs to do multiple things.
I'm adding it to the list. One of the projects that I have is I kind of call it an AI innovation board, and the whole point of it is to research whatever the latest thing is. It knows my configuration, it knows my hardware, and then so I've got a thing where it's like I can go to Telegram, and if I see an article that I like, I put it into Telegram, and then it actually runs through a process where it analyzes how whatever that new functionality is can apply to my setup. And so I'm going to actually I'm going to put this in there now and see how it adds up, because this is exactly the point that I'm at now. So finally, having finished like version 1 of these websites, now I'm moving into automation and marketing. And really, I've done no marketing. I mean, outside of this podcast, and there's like zero marketing.
Right.
I mean, it's not no marketing. Obviously, tweet posts and short clips and everything else. But I mean, I'm gonna.
Yeah, but you're not cross posting to Instagram and YouTube Shorts much, and the place in Facebook or whatever. Well, that's Instagram.
Yeah, and part of it is I've ignored Instagram is part of it is if there's not an API or a way for me to do it in an automated fashion, I don't do it just because it's too manual. And I've looked at the kind of the trade-off, but now I'm kind of like, all right, let me build now I can, use browser automation better to even address that problem. So even if there's even if there's not an API, I mean, I've got a thing now where it's like, if I have to set up Rumble or whatever for my podcast, Rumble doesn't have an API. But now I've got a hack around this where I can like use Comet browser or whatever, and it just automatically opens up a browser and then automates, that part of the process. So now it is fully automated. It's just, not through APIs in some cases. But I mean, that's like a decision point for me. I switched my podcast hosting platform because it didn't have an API, and I'm not gonna sit there and just go through the manual process of which is very time consuming to upload all of the content. And so, to me, if it doesn't have an API, that's a big red flag. But
these days, 100%.
But I will look at both of these because I'm just now getting into the managing a multiple agent system and how to structure it properly and what's the right way to have it self-learning.
Gastown will help you, yeah.
And I just implemented kind of a second brain system into using Obsidian that I tie into Claude, and I'm spending a lot of time trying to when I look at this, I'm like, okay, this is how I'm using these things. How could I do this better? How do we work through some of these issues with context windows, and how do we improve the process itself? I mean, I look at how I'm using this. I'm like, okay, I'm doing this repetitive task over and over again. I shouldn't be doing that. There's something wrong with the process, and so it's constantly now self-learning and storing all of my decisions and how I'm using each of these things. And then it's self-improving. So every time I'm using Claude, it's benefiting from what I've learned across all of the different projects in real time. And so now adding agents is the next step, but I needed to get some hardware and some other things. But so I'm pretty excited. So I think that by the end of the summer now, it's going to be about, marketing, but the emphasis of this is I do want to focus on action. It's not like, I don't care how many people watch the podcast or what the eyeballs are people actually taking action? And look, it's a challenge. You go to this Libertarian Party thing, and again, if people if you want to just chant end the Fed for 17 years and make no impact, I can't fix that. At some point, we could fix things instantly if people would get off their ass and actually start doing stuff. And you don't even have to do a lot to have a big impact. But people just don't do this. And then we have institutions that are designed around inaction, where the social currency is about, I mean, it's almost like I don't know. It's commiserating around not being effective, identifying a problem, but doing everything that you can to avoid actually exercising your free will to solve that problem.
Going through a little heartache, making it a little uneasy for yourself. That's the problem. People don't want to be uneasy. And the people that do action, well, hell, a good large number of them are on the other side. Are the ones in there getting elected and then spending all our money and sending our kids to war and trapping us in, finance and food. Oh my God, food is so bad now. Food sucks so bad. It's so expensive.
Oh, it is.
They're killing us.
They are killing us. And again, just, we drove to Grand Rapids, Michigan from New Hampshire, and, we weren't staying at an expensive hotel. And it's insane how much everything is. And it's not like it's high end anything, just basic things. And so I don't know. So I did talk about, I don't know if you heard this, but the Brownstone Institute, Jeffrey Tucker put out a post about how the purchasing power of the dollar has actually declined 50% since 2019, not 26%. Man, that is seriously,
7 years.
That's just, I don't think there's ever been for the dollar that rapid of a drop, and no one's talking about that
because gas prices are the same.
Well, they're not, but
they're not, but they are. But that's just it. I'm sorry, gas prices have been between $2.50 and $4 anywhere outside of California and Hawaii for what, a decade? Since when did gas prices become $2.80 the first time? 25 years ago?
Was it that long ago?
I don't know, but gas price, that's just it. Gas prices haven't changed that much. And that's people, that's why they always talk about, well, gas prices here. It changes $1, it goes down $1, goes up $1, and that's what they talk about. That's what they, the perception of inflations is set on gas prices. And let's see, what were gas prices in 2005?
Yeah, I'm running a
$2.30, and we hit 280, $3. Peak levels were $3, $3.09. So, that's not much lower, than it has been under Trump this time. So, the only thing that's gone down is weed. Weed's cheap.
Well, I mean, weed may be cheap. TVs are cheap. I mean,
that's true. TVs are super cheap.
I mean, certain electronics,
memory's expensive, but that may change shortly.
Yeah, memory is expensive, but still, in general, the trends on electronics have been fairly good. Particularly when you consider how much more powerful they are relative to cost. But yeah, no, everything else. I mean, food is absolutely outrageous. Food and water. I mean, if you're buying water, which, I'm looking.
I don't, but yeah, no, I filter. We got nice filters here that we run all our water through.
Yeah, we do too. I mean, even to the point where we take a portable reverse osmosis system with us when we travel.
Oh wow, yeah. I can't do the plastic. The plastic are scaring the shit out of me, and that's where you get most. We used to do nothing but bottled water, and I know that's where I got most of my plastics.
Yep. Yeah. Same. So we got to the point where we'd go somewhere, and we'd go to Mexico, and we'd buy 5 gallon or 10 liter things of water. And then finally got to the point where it's like, all right, well, we're just going to get this. We got this portable reverse osmosis system with a glass bottle or whatever. And that's been great because it's, even when we drive, carrying, a bunch of water, because my wife and I both drink a lot of water, whether it's for, tea or coffee or electrolytes or whatever it happens to be. It's a lot of water. But I mean, if at this point, it's like $2 or $3 to buy a small bottle of plastic, a plastic bottle of water. It's insane.
Yeah, you got to stop by. The only way, I think CVS buy the 24 pack for $3 or $4. It's the best too. Or you know what? Take your damn gallon thing. The best water you can probably get is those filters at Walmart. Those filter machines. That's actually really good water.
Yep.
Of course, you should put salt in it or whatever. Mineralize it a little bit.
Indeed. So yeah, I'm looking at graphic gas. Well, gas was. It was under $1 in like 97, 98, it looks like.
Yeah, you got to go back 30 years,
But man, yeah, that was from 2002 to 2006. That was the biggest gap up.
Yeah. And then, we had the first Trump term. Didn't it get down to like the 230s or something?
It did.
A little bit.
It got down to like $2 at some point.
Yeah, you're right. It hit like in Alabama, I think it hit like 180 something or something like that. 189.
The biggest increase was looks like actually under Bush, George W. Bush. And then now, just in terms of the amount of increase, now under Biden was bad.
Biden was really bad.
Bad in either case, but
this is more inflation. George Bush he openly stated he wanted high gas prices. He thought low oil prices were the problem, and he openly stated that. But of course, I don't think that George Bush knew a whole lot about a whole lot.
No,
his father. And his grandfather now, the Nazi.
Yep.
Which I don't think people realize, and it might be coming back. I mean, obviously, you know, there's a Democratic guy who's a Nazi that's running. Is it up there? Where's the guy? Is it in Maine?
Maine, yeah.
Is that where it is? The guy is? Yeah. I mean, and they're freaking touting this guy. He's a Nazi, literal Nazi.
Did you write this? Did you see More Perfect Union's video on multiple legal scams SpaceX plans to use for its IPOs?
No. Wait, this a comment?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't me. Where?
More. It's the latest one. I didn't. It was like, you know.
Oh yeah, let me pull it up. I turned off YouTube when I was.
Oh, you might not even see it. I'm looking at the StreamYard thing, and I've got to figure out the comment. How the comment.
Oh yeah, I could look there. I didn't look there. Oh, More Perfect Union's video on multiple legal. Yeah, well, they already, you know, the thing about that, it's funny because there's already futures trading on it, or there was before. Didn't it come out Friday? Did this happen last Friday?
Yeah, I don't know. I have not. I have actually not followed this. I've been out of.
Well, the false future, fake future, the future is the crypto future that came out. It was a coin, opened up at 150, and it went up into 200 and stayed up there. So they were actually doing price exploring before the IPO this way, which was another brilliant way. And then I'm wondering, okay, if you create a coin and it opens up at 150 and starts trading it, does that mean everybody's buying your coin from you at $150?
I don't know. I need to look into. I gotta just.
Well, the thing is, this came out at $150, and that put at $150 that put the evaluation of the SpaceX IPO at like 1.73 or 1.78 trillion. So that means that somebody released coins to that speculation and made that money until the IPO. Now, they're doing the same thing with Anthropic. They're doing it with Open API, I believe. But there's a few. They openly say we're going to release these coins, or already have futures for future IPOs.
Yep, pricing and size: $135 per share. Raising 74 to 80 billion, valuation of 1.75 to 1.8. Net loss of 4.9 billion.
Where is it here? If I can get it. Yeah, SpaceX pre-IPO speculation without borders. May 17th, Hyperliquid powered Trade.xyz launched a perpetual futures contract tracking SpaceX implied pre-IPO share price under SPCX. Targeting IPO was up 1.75 to 2 trillion, and SPCX launched at the reference price at 150, implying the valuation of 1.78 trillion. It went up to 216 within hours, generating over $33 million worth of trading volume with 21.8 million in open interest. So that puts SpaceX at over 2.4 trillion. So guaranteed they're going to look at opening that IPO higher now based on these numbers.
Yep.
And Hyperliquid is doing a contract with, who is it? New York Stock Exchange and International Brokers. Run by 11 guys. Can you imagine owning only 11 people work at Hyperliquid? And you're about to be the largest trading entity on the planet.
Wow.
Yeah, it's amazing what they're doing here. And they're going one for Open API, one for Anthropic. They announced plans to launch those two. CME did away with the weekend stoppage of trading on some things. Let's see. Yep, stable coins are now accepted in 32 markets. Moody's. I can't believe Moody's is rating these things AAA.
Wow, I mean, come on.
Well, yeah, I mean they're paid to do it, of course. Absolutely. Yeah, Goldman, J.P. Morgan, Fidelity, they're all along with BlackRock. Yeah, so I mean they're basically just taking it overall. There's not going to be any individual investors in any of this crap.
Nope.
I mean, and the way the DTC is doing it anyway, it's not, you don't have any ownership. Your token is simply an informational block. They're not making their they're not changing the structure of their ownership. Yeah, that's new. Now the big thing is, we're going to probably be able to sell our debt perpetually now, at least for a hell of a long time. But when that fails, that will mean that all the stable coins will fail at once. And the entire world economy will fail at that point, more so than they would now.
You just got to, with all the AI overcapacity building and everything else and these valuations, this feels like 10x worse than the .com.
Oh, 100%.
Like I don't know how it's gonna, like what the cascade, what's gonna cause the collapse, because again, I was arguing with somebody the other day that the fact is that there's really no retail. There's not really retail. It's just if BlackRock decides, hey, we're going to invest in data centers now with pension funds, then what's anybody going to do about it?
And the thing is, these data centers are not about data AI. It's if you look at any of the technology that's out there now, between Xtropic's new chip, between ReRAM memory, which all these things are in production on the market. We're able to do what these data centers are able to do on 1/10 the power with no heat,
Yep.
in RAM.
Yep.
So they're not building these data centers to power these AIs. There's obviously other reasons, and it's of course tracking. I mean, God, that flock cameras are bringing in a few petabytes every second. I'm sure, because those are exploding everywhere. That's scary. Yeah, 3.3 billion USDT Tether since it's been operating has been frozen. 3.3 billion worth of Tether.
What total?
Yeah, since it's across its total operating history.
Oh, it's more than that.
Of just Tether. That's not all stable coins. You think it's more Tether than that? 3.3 billion?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's nothing. Go to I want to look this up and see.
Because they recently got that 340 million of IRANs.
So if you go to freedomdollar.com, there's a FUSD versus USDT tab, and it says, it's 4.5 billion frozen of just USDT. It's got a graph of banned addresses over time.
It does say exceeds over 4.4 billion. Tether's cumulative cooperation with U.S. authority exceeds 2.1 and total global 4.4.
So this is a good reference site, by the way. I check on this periodically. This is a live tracker, so they're keeping up to date on all of this stuff. And so people need to pay attention to this. Like, I try to stay on top of this, but the Freedom Dollar Twitter handle is good too. I think it's Freedom Dollar 5 or something like that. But they'll put out bullet, and it's like every day. It's not, there are these big ones, but like every day there's some some amount of frozen on these stable coins, and it's all over the place. And people need to be concerned about this and paying attention to this. Like, again, the fact that you have people out there cheering, oh, we don't have a CBDC, we won, and then this stuff is going on. It's just,
right.
It's just depressing to see that, to see people cheer this on. It's like, my God, they managed to propagandize this to the point where people are cheering on.
And it's written into the law that you have to have this functionality.
Yep. And not only that, now the precedent is set at any point in time, if there's an emergency, Congress can meet and make all kinds of changes.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted now all of a sudden, if you're going to be a stable coin, it has to be programmable. Oh, we have a new emergency. You have to be able to do a whole wide range of functionality, and that ultimately might drive changes to the underlying blockchain consensus models.
Not when they're paying all the devs. There's very few like Xanos out there.
Oh yeah, no,
people that are doing this for free.
They're very, very few. Well, I mean, Xano has a fund. There's a dev fund. It's not a completely free.
No, I'm not saying it should be. I'm just saying that what I'm saying is most of the devs on the big chains are somehow connected or funded by large corporations or government.
Yep.
So I mean, Ethereum, that's the whole, obviously I've hated Ethereum since the day. I've always refused to own anything Ethereum. I've never owned an Ethereum token. I've never bought Ethereum. Then I may have bought a couple of dollars one time because Coinbase needed me to do it or something.
Yeah, I played around with it a little bit just by comparison during the Ravencoin days, and I'm just like using the wallet. It's so easy to get hacked. Like, it's just, the whole thing is a disaster, an experience. And then the history of it, the Steven Nerioff interview that I did, just about the foundation of this, and then the fact that they split off, and now we have Ethereum Classic, and they reversed the transactions. It's like the whole. There's nothing about the structure of Ethereum that makes any sense to me whatsoever, and it's proven to not do what all of the stuff. I mean, there was that thing where there was a video of Vitalik scoffing at the fact that Bitcoin had 5-cent transaction fees. Right? Obviously, that was very early on in Ethereum's days, because Ethereum transaction fees have been ridiculous. I know the one time that I did start playing around with this, I mean, it's just like, when you look at what was going on with some of the meme coins and the tokens, yeah, they go up a lot, but the gas fee that unless you have to be playing at a significant volume to be able to cover the transaction fees. The system doesn't make any sense. It's not really workable for day-to-day commerce. But I don't know. There aren't many solutions out there, and there's not a lot of time left. And this capture of stable coins and the integration of this with security tokens is the big threat. It is I call it this is the how we will own nothing thing, and people are cheering it on, and it doesn't, and it's really hard to explain.
Where the hell is Bruce Fenton?
Yeah,
I mean, he's not saying a damn word about this crap.
Well, I mean, he's been all over the map on this stuff.
Yeah,
right? I mean, he's got, on one hand, he was involved with the Bitcoin Foundation and everything else. And now I think, interestingly, the Massey thing, there's weird stuff going on in the Free State Project. There are definitely people that there are different factions forming, but Bruce is like, I'm done. I mean, he gave Trump like $60,000, and he did it in large part based on the no wars in the Middle East and everything else. And now he's just fuming mad. Like, he is just pissed. I saw him we both went to the Bitcoin conference, and we were on the same flight on the way back. And he is just absolutely burn it down. What's the point of the Republican Party? There's no liberty in the Republican Party. And I think he's gone more off on the Iran thing and the war thing. He's not doing much that I see in crypto. I mean, I think he's still doing the Satoshi Roundtable, but I think he's pretty pretty burnt out, and he's been against the capture of Bitcoin. I mean, he still kind of pushes the propaganda of it, but I'm like, dude, at what point? I was supposed to be debating him at a panel a little over a year ago at Liberty Forum, and then he ended up deciding to become a moderator instead. It was going to be Joel and I versus this rep Keith Amon and Bruce, and Bruce decided to be the moderator. But I think he's starting to come around on privacy, and I would like to talk to him and have him on. And look, I would love to have Patrick Byrne on as well if we could not talk about all of this other shit. Like I watched these interviews and I'm like, and did you watch that 4-part documentary?
Which one?
On Byrne. On Byrne. It's available in a bunch of places. I saw it on.
Okay, was it the one that he did? That he promoted?
I don't know if it's the one he promote. Probably. It looked like it was something that
and there's a younger actor playing him.
Yeah, there's a younger actor playing him, but yet Michael Flynn plays himself. I think it's the is it The Enemy Within?
Yeah, I think I saw that. I did. I thought it was very good, actually. The thing that barely burned me is the Brennan. When he came out and said he was hired by Brennan and elevated to a national security asset under Obama. I mean, there is no more evil deep state person than Brennan.
Yep.
And that's I consider him worse than Epstein. I really do.
So the issue with all of this, and it's kind of, I mean, I look at this, and then I even go back to Byrne's involvement with Counterparty and everything else, and it's just like, all of the time spent on all of this bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
All this cloak and dagger bullshit, and the blockchain tech stack for human civilization was just discarded. He doesn't. So I'd interview him, but only on the condition we could actually talk about that, because again, this is why I want to get Chris Horlacher, I want to get Steve Nerioff, and I want to get Patrick Byrne together to compare notes, because I'm telling you, something happened on a coordinated basis in 2019. And it was, and Five Eyes was involved, and a bunch of people were involved. They went after Joby Weeks, they went after Bitcoin mining, and they went hardcore nuclear to stop these forks of Bitcoin, Equibit and Ravencoin / T0 that were going to be used for securities. Like they literally, and because nobody knows about it, that's how badly it was hijacked, because it never made any progress, right? Like T0 really made zero fucking progress. Equibit.
Yeah, I own the stock. I had T0. I bought Ravencoin on it because as soon as Patrick left, it just basically went into a slow shutdown.
Yeah, they took out a bunch of money from the NYSE. They put that guy in there and everything else in there. What was that guy's name? That Mark. I
know JJ John was the guy who took it over, but yeah,
no. The short seller guy, Mark. I think his name's Mark. He like that. That's weird. I can't remember the guy's name. He blocked me twice, and now I can't get the guy out. But he's a short seller, and so he was all excited about the New York Stock Exchange getting involved, and he would make fun of Patrick and say, "Well, he's stoned and." Doesn't know what he's doing. Now we're bringing in the professionals. And like I knew when they brought the NYSE in, they brought it in to kill it, well, and they did. I mean, like literally. I mean, it's a joke now. I don't even know some of the guys, and obviously I was in these groups all the time with all these people that were T0 diehards, and I don't see anything about it in my feed anymore. But I mean, if these guys are still hoping on this, like I don't even know how to I don't know how you could be this far in. Like they killed it. They absolutely murdered the thing.
The second JJ delayed the digital token 6 months and then allowed them to settle the shorts in cash. The banks allowed them to settle the short positions in cash. That was it.
Yep.
I mean, to me, and I had the digital token. I had it all. I had D0, I had digital token. It was, that T0 was doing exactly what, they're all NASDAQ and everybody else is doing today. They basically could have taken that architecture, although they were never really on chain. None of that stuff was truly on chain, right?
Yeah, no, I'm aware, and then I'm aware that when the new people got involved, and then Marcus Lemonis or whatever got involved, and I'd see Tron on there, and it's like they just lost the plot. Like, I mean, Marcus that doesn't understand anything about the context of it, and then when they sold off the Medici thing to be managed by that venture capital fund or whatever, it's like there was zero institutional knowledge carried over whatsoever, and there was nobody cheerleading and none of the people were left on the project to push it. So yeah, no, it was not on chain. And then to even get them to consider Ravencoin, Coyotes, that's the guy's name.
Okay.
Mark Coyotes is
I know who you're talking about.
That guy absolutely trashed Patrick, and I mean, he was key and instrumental in, I think, the takedown of this entire thing.
And you know what? His rabbi was in on it. Berkshire Hathaway guy, Buffett.
Yep.
Yeah, he was absolutely involved in getting Patrick out of Overstock in time, and then, Bruce has basically abandoned Bitcoin. I mean, not Bitcoin, Ravencoin, except kept the keys to the Twitter and development, but doesn't do anything. Tron, I don't have a lot good to say about where Tron is. I used to like Tron a lot, and then things happen that I don't trust him.
What happened? So I was the cheerleader for it for a long time, and then I just kind of like.
Well, there's no development. I haven't been in there. We absolutely had agents in the Discord trying to bring down the community, because that was one of in 2018, that was the best community in Discord. And it really was a lot of excitement, a lot of development. By mid 2019, you could see there were people in there actively undermining the development and the community. And they were smart about it. These were not stupid. These were paid actors who knew how to be smart, get in, gain a following, and do negative things. And basically it got to where there's no development. I haven't seen anything new come out of there in what, 3-4 years? When's the last GitHub update? Hans?
Oh,
that's why Hans forked it. Hans forked his to another coin. He's still on the development for Ravencoin. There's just nothing, it takes two people to approve anything. And Hans is running a chip manufacturer, and for the past 2 years, he's been so tied up doing that.
Yeah, no, I remember there was all that drama, and then there was question about trying to implement a dev tax, and then there were some other issues, and they did form the foundation. Mm-hmm. Then there was Blockchain Tiger, and there was all this other stuff, and it's just like it just never.
Even about the blockchain Tiger, because I know I was very good friends with Push, who was the one that got scapegoated at Blockchain Tiger, and the T0 gave the foundation $125,000. And they, what they spent it on, $10,000 a month running servers that were unneeded, or that you could have gotten for, $500, $1,500 maybe, a couple of cruises that, I think there was some payments made to the 4 foundation members. Maybe not all 4, but some of those guys received some reimbursements.
Well, I don't know how much T0 put in, but Blockchain Tiger put in a bunch of money, and then
they did.
And then there was that 3D environment. So I met Blockchain Tiger. He actually came out, and he met with me here in New Hampshire, and I took him to go meet Bruce. And I still don't know what he died, right?
Yeah, actually, he did wind up passing away. They started their exchange. They partnered with Adam Bull, who was Push, who was the guy who wrote the very first exchange for Ravencoin, active one that people could use. Major developer, not one of the core developers, but major developer on Ravencoin, arguably the most active at that time. They took his technology, partnered with him to make the Blockchain Tiger site over in Korea. He actually moved to Korea for a little while, for like 6 months or so, and then they threw him under the bus and stole, because he was a partner in that. They took his technology, and then they wound up kicking him out of the company, completely, totally screwed him. Now, I'll give it this: Adam was a bit naive in business. He left himself open to be screwed, and and was going on faith. And then they got hacked because Blockchain Tiger had their token, and they got hacked, and someone exploited their token and sold a ton of them. And I don't think they ever came back from that. But there was also the exploit on Ravencoin, which was, it takes 2 devs to approve an update, but only 1 dev approved that update. And it was from an account that had never given an update before and had no background. So a little strange.
Wow, that is a little strange. I forgot about that exploit. It got to the point. So, I learned a lot through this process. I was trying to explain to somebody the other day, like, why this tokenization story is so important, because nobody's explored the hijacking of it. And the hijacking of it, again, once you bring in the Equibit thing, it's like, okay, this is actually massive and very sophisticated. But the thing that I one of the big takeaways that I have about just how naive it was, everybody was talking about, oh, well, it's an open source project, no pre-mine, blah, 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 blah. And that is not a fucking asset. That's not been an asset for Bitcoin. I mean, it's weird. On the one hand, it's like, oh, yeah, we're all these cypherpunk pro-capitalist people, but somehow these projects need to be open source, they're not funded. And and clearly that doesn't work, right? I mean, you make yourself so open to being hijacked, because in the end, people have to get paid, and they may be getting paid under the table. They may be getting paid from nefarious actors. It may turn out to be Epstein backdoored through MIT, whatever it happens to be. And that's not a great model. No. And the idea that founders shouldn't have any tokens or skin in the game, like, none of it makes any sense.
Well, that was the great thing about Ravencoin, because of the angel investor in Patrick.
Yep.
I mean, that was a Cinderella story there as far as the creation of a coin.
That was the benefit of that. But man, when that went away, I wondered, did anybody approach Patrick about funding the project after he left?
No, he dropped it all. And I think Patrick kind of took, and I thought this was actually kind of a good view. I think he took the view when, Bruce came to it with the idea. He said, that's a great idea. He asked who in Medici and T0 wanted to work on it. It was strictly volunteer, and those 5 guys that were there were the starting 5, Tron, and I want to say, I don't know, Tyler Hess, and he's a friend of mine. I know he was working for T0. Hans, I think, was at the time working for T0 or Medici, one of them. But that's how and then he agreed, he paid them for that, so that they were able to work and do. You had 5 excellent, Blonde Frogs was one of them, devs, excellent blockchain devs with lots of experience and not young guys, developing it, and were fun. They were paid, and anything they needed to do was, Medici had no problem funding it for no coins. So what other blockchain do you have that ability to do that on? You don't. I mean,
no, you don't. No, the story. I mean, look, the idea behind I was all in.
Me too.
On Ravencoin, and that's just it is a tragedy.
Why did Bruce walk away? That's what I never understood.
Well, I don't know either. I don't know if we'll ever know, but he was on the board of T0 and then he wasn't. And then so it's hard to say. But then he started his brokerage firm. And I think in starting the brokerage firm and everything else, I mean, he was trying to straddle, on the one hand, the Bitcoin maxis, which were a large part of his audience, through the Satoshi Roundtable, with the fact that, all right, well, he's launched this coin that's a fork of Bitcoin, so he's got a lot of people telling him it's a shit coin, and then he's got some of the dynamics with T0. So I think that in the end, I mean, you know, how would he stick with it? What would you do? Because he's regulated, right? And
allow a development team to take it over that wanted to. I mean, they were volunteers.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
I know you weren't involved at that. By that point, you had gotten a lot. Well, by the 2022, 23, you were into a lot of other stuff too. You weren't as active in the community, I don't think, at that point.
Well, I mean, I realized that I think the thing for me was there was way too much emphasis on making it compliant with the SEC. I was very public about the fact that, look, the whole idea early on is like, okay, you should be able to tokenize a lemonade stand. I mean, the whole idea is you should be able to tokenize anything of any size anywhere in the world and trade it freely. And the emphasis ended up becoming about compliance. And I knew they weren't not going to win at that. It was naive to think that Wall Street is going to allow you to come in and build the solution. So it all became about compliance. And so it's like, oh, well, now we've got, messaging, we have the ability to freeze assets, we have all of this other functionality. And then the whole key to it was people commenting on, oh, well, we hope we get regular, it's kind of like, I haven't looked at it lately, but I mean, these people are probably cheering on the Clarity Act. And at this point, it's like, that's not the value of the invention. The value of the invention is disintermediating these things and opening up and we would talk about that in all of these different use cases and being able to walk down the street and invest in your local business and everything else. And then it all became about T0 and it all became about public stocks. And I just don't even give a shit about that. Like, I know that that's not the way forward. The way forward is, I mean, those are companies that are, oh, great, now we can comply with tokens that are building people's digital prison. Like, I don't even want to be involved in that. And so it became way too much about compliance and not about innovation. And yet somehow, even with the focus on compliance, there's no funding. So I just, it didn't, I was always interested in small businesses, entrepreneurs, and building outside of the system. And it just way warped away from that.
Right. And it never did finish the roadmap on a lot of those functionalities. And you're right. Could be used as an awesome business management tool for a lot of different businesses. Ravencoin had a lot of potential for a lot of things.
Oh, it did. And it had a partnership with that other company in Utah that was working with limited partners with managing, tokenizing limited partnership ownerships in venture funds and everything else. Like, there was some actual
real estate stuff going on.
There was the real estate stuff. There was the venture capital stuff. There was some stuff. And then, but then there was the Tanagra resorts, and then there was the diamond. I think that shit turned out to be a scam. I think.
When the diamond, it was an emerald,
or was it an emerald?
Largest emerald in the world. Yeah.
Was it? I mean, I don't even know
like that.
I don't. Yeah, was that true or was it just fake?
No, it really was. I think it was.
It was Millennium something or other.
Yeah, and they were going to tokenize it, and it would go on display for a price at different museums, and you'd get a portion of that. And if it ever sold, you would apparently get your token, your money back in that. As far as I know, it was legit. I don't know if it ever got off the ground. Like what George was doing with Ironclad Homes, buying slots, which I thought was a good use case.
No, there were a lot of good use cases, and they all end up getting shot down because of regulatory. It ended up getting to the point where you would have been cheaper not tokenizing. And so at some point, I'm kind of like, okay, we actually just need to reinvent these. This is why I'm doing what I'm doing now. These need to be parallel systems. This is not about complying with the SEC. And
but now, wait, we got utility tokens from the SEC. We got regulation now. We can use them.
Yeah, I mean, what a rug pull. Well, I'm seeing now that Zcash is down 31%. Apparently, an exploit has been found.
Oh shit! Really?
I'm seeing the chart. I saw. Let me confirm this.
Did someone get a hold of Anthropic's Mythos and go after it?
I'm not a fan of Zcash, but I don't,
It's funny. I remember listening to NPR when that guy who created Zcash was creating the final key and destroying it. Because apparently there was like 5 Genesis keys or something like that, or 6, and they were made by 6 different people, and then destroyed so that you couldn't, no one could ever crack the code. Obviously, you say they did.
I mean, I think that the fact that it's not private by default, the fact that the Winklevoss twins are involved, there's our most recent remediated soundness flaw in the current status, no evidence of exploitation. All right, I don't know if this is, I don't know. Maybe it's not as big a deal. I mean, it's still down.
Yeah. Well, what's Bitcoin at? It was down. It's been in the 60s, low 60s.
Yeah, I posted it was at 61 yesterday.
Ooh. Yeah.
It bounced up a little bit, but again, who at this point is buying? Like,
yeah, exactly. And they could just let Bitcoin die off. And what do we need Bitcoin for? What do we need Bitcoin for? Nothing.
Well, I think there's one last exit pump, which is the Clarity Act to get 401ks. But it is an exit pump. Like, it's not a. Do you think the Trump family? Do you think Lutnick's going to hold it and not sell? I mean, Saylor sold some after saying you never sell.
Yeah, but how is he going to pay bills if he doesn't?
Borrow more money the same way he's buying Bitcoin.
Exactly. Just borrow and borrow.
The whole thing is I think the Bitcoin treasury company idea is the dumbest. Like, it's late stage .com level. I saw an interview with a guy. It's just like, well, the benefit of a treasury company is you can get yield. Where does the yield come from? New investors. I'm like, holy shit.
Well, you hold the stablecoin, and the issuer gets to keep all the interest.
Yep.
That's yeah. I mean, if you get, what's the point? Can't have a savings account. Can't stake it.
Exactly. It's just whatever. Well, we are where we are, but hopefully on this podcast, people will be getting these de-Googled phones, ditching the dollar, ditching the healthcare system. Hopefully we can get some momentum going on that.
Yeah. Okay. I got to ask this question. How is it that the Freedom phone, and I'm not saying yours, but because there's graphene phones, are on the Google phone, which is Pixel, right?
Yep.
I mean, that just is kind of oxymoron. We're not going to use their software, but we're going to build on their hardware. And you don't have another choice, really. It's got to be graphene.
Yeah, it's got to be graphene. I know. That's where we're at. It's not ideal, but it is what it is. And I'm actually trying to figure out a workaround to use the ZBEC card with a watch, a sandbox, and everything else like that. None of this is ever easy. But I've got mine. I've got mine, and my wife has hers, and I've been using it. It's I like it. So it'll be interesting to see how the transition goes.
Yeah, me and the chick have been looking at switching over when we get our next phones. When these break.
Well, I recommend the Daylight Freedom phone.
Well, yeah, no, obviously that's one that's where, I mean, we want to go privacy phones, and why wouldn't we use yours? I mean, I can't see any reason why we wouldn't, because we do Xano and we do most of the things. I've got a Cake wallet, an Edge wallet, just like you've already got them loaded on there, so it makes things a lot easier.
All right. Well, it's a little late here, but thank you.
I was gonna say I got to cut out. It is late, and it's been a good show, though. I appreciate all the things you've been doing.
Awesome, thank you. All right,
and good luck with the run. See if we can't get some more word out there and have you shake the trees a little more.
All right, sounds good. Have a good night. Bye.
a kingdom born of cold desire, and crowned the silent code that came to rule ya. It watched the trembling of your breath, it priced your life, it mapped your death, a final betrayal dressed as something true. Bless the unbroken will, bless the unbroken will. They promised order, promised peace, but every gift required a piece of who you were before their grid consumed you. A nation bartered for control, a ledger carved into your soul, a quiet doom disguised as forward future. Bless the unbroken will, bless the unbroken will.
Oh, the watchers rise in the circuitry. Oh, the warnings lost in the dawn. Oh, the people bow to the ministry till every name was gone.
I walked the halls where truth was sold, where human hands grew numb and cold, and efficiency became the faith they gave you. You'd never see the chains they built, but every sunrise dripped with guilt, a quiet empire shaping your behavior. Bless the unbroken will, bless the unbroken will. They tokenize the land and sky, the right to live, the right to die, a sovereign life reduced to captured measure. The future shrank to narrow lines, a cage of data, coded signs, a subtle death they dressed in borrowed pleasure. Bless the unbroken will. Rise though the night is closing in, rise though the stars are dimmed and still, rise though the crown is forged of sin. Bless the unbroken will. So keep your lantern in the storm, guard every soul that still feels warm, and hold the truth no tyrant's code can alter. For even at the world's last hour, a single heart can break their tower, a whispered vow the darkness cannot falter. Bless the unbroken will, bless the unbroken